Ah, now it is. And turn back on again. It's all good now, though. Yeah, it's fine. So it's all good. I don't know what happened. It just flashed off and then it came back. So all the lights came back on and now it's calm. I think it's 7. Yeah, it's 7.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah. No, done.
Loud and clear, Josh.
Do I sound loud?
No, you sound alright actually.
Yeah, right. Well, we're live right now, so.
That's okay. I'll mute this then. Good evening, wherever you're watching in Victoria, across the nation, or indeed around the world. Welcome to Darebin on a smashing Sunday, September evening in Melbourne's northern corner, and it is another smashing and superb night of Series Futsal Women's. 3 tantalising contests ahead as the table starts to take shape already early on in the season. Two teams in the early kickoff, however, who are both looking to find their top gear. Carlton Heart was spirited against Fitzroy only 7 days ago, and in a shootout were on the wrong end, losing 6-4. For Northern Phoenix, a point against Daku and many an opportunity against Hidleberg, ones which they were not able to take, saw them slump to defeat for the second time in the season in a tight and cagey 2-1 effort. My name's Ethan Rigg, and I'm joined on commentary this evening by Josh Fusco. Good evening, Josh.
Ethan, it's nice to be back on commentary with you after Friday's fantastic round of futsal, and now we have another great round 4, and we'll open it up with the rival game between Northern Phoenix and Carlton Heart. It's going to be a banger.
What a weekend it's been for our sport. Friday was certainly full of fireworks, an action-packed evening, and tonight is starting in the same vein. Millibest with a good challenge and is able to go on the march. Went away from one, wasn't able to get away from Duffy, but does win the game's first corner.
And Ethan, just touching on Friday's game really quickly, what did you make of it?
I think it was possibly one of the best rounds we've had so far this season. Each 3 games threw up something different. All were very close in nature. Saw some cracking goals, some individual brilliance. It was a belter of a night of futsal. O'Brien via a deflection off Racinos, finds the opening goal. Sunday starts in a similar vein, and Northern Phoenix via a set piece find themselves ahead.
And it's young gun Mayor O'Brien with a strike from distance. Fantastic to take on that shot against Carlton Heart keeper, who we're not quite familiar with this season. It's a new addition. And really good, well-struck shot. Fantastic.
Racinos rather unlucky to have gotten the final touch on that.
Oh, did it count as an own goal, Ethan?
Just waiting on confirmation of that. We're back underway. In fact, it was.
Wow.
Rather unlucky start for Carlton Heart's captain this evening. Her touch took it beyond Zara Board, who's the keeper tonight. No Sofia Alvarenga. And unfortunately, she was no chance. Her weight had already gone one way. The deflection took it the other. And those are always so difficult to try and regroup and recollect yourself to stop.
And as a goalkeeper, of course, the slightest movement can be just tragic in terms of outcome.
Zara Board, of course, no stranger to time in net. She's Essendon Royals goalkeeper on the outdoor circuit. It's hard looking to go forward. Lara Joffa, who's made her way down south from the other side of the Murray.
Really?
Making her series futsal debut tonight for Eastern Teresi's side. Yet another New South Welsh addition to series futsal. We've had plenty of them in the calendar year. Each have brought their own piece of flair, their own bit of skill. And we've had a fair few Sydney side sensations.
Absolutely, and it's fantastic that we can have players from, I guess, as you said, different states come in and do a good job, play in the league, and really showcase the quality that is in Victorian futsal.
O'Brien, who's deflected effort off Racinos. This time, Racinos' deflection took it out of play. Best with Loft for Malloy, whose touch was tidy. And Wilbert just worked her way ahead and then closed the door. Both of these sides looking to find top gear so far. Phoenix ahead, thanks to a well-worked, albeit fortuitous goal. As that's a perler of an effort. And Emma Olsen got a good tip over the top at the expense of a corner. Joffa caught that sweet. Her first strike in series futsal was one which troubled the Phoenix keeper tonight.
It's good to see Emma Olsen back in net for Northern Phoenix. She is an absolutely fantastic keeper. And if it wasn't for the really good performances of Laurel Hayek, she'd be starting and she'd be getting all that praise.
Emma Olsen giving yet another reminder of just the quality that she possesses. It must be a good headache to have in that dugout. And to have two keepers, both of whom are of top quality. And certainly presents Phoenix with a new spine and a new defensive organisation and defiance in a way. Whenever they do face a bit of a threat. We saw that last week against Heidelberg. They were rather unlucky in that game.
I thought they were the better team for a lot of that game, playing very good futsal. But in the end, it's a tough game. It's a really tough game, and things happen.
Created numerous chances last week, did Northern Phoenix. However, came undone thanks to Heidelberg efficiency A result that kept them top of the table, and Olsen, who'd already touched that, Millibest was in retreat and then came off worse for wear, and Hart have an opportunity to get themselves level.
It's just an unfortunate scenario. Ping-ponged kind of two players out, and in the end it's that double touch, I believe, that'll be an optimal chance for Carlton Hart to level the scores.
Emma Olsen truly belted that into Millibest. Thumping clearance. Unfortunately, she'd already touched it in the sequence, and now Duffy and Wilbert stand over. A set piece for Hart. Wilbert's touch. Duffy tried to roll it. Emma Olsen did well. Came off her line and made a good save. Wilbert worked it wide again. And Bougias wasn't far away with her first effort. Nearly caught Olsen out at a near post. Hart did well to keep the width out on court, and they worked that move terrifically. Just couldn't quite find the finishing touch. Could the Alamein captain. And here she is again. Bougias tried to go beyond O'Brien, who flung a leg out and fouled her.
You can see the quality of these Carlton Hart players that have been brought in. We haven't seen them yet, but Ethan, I think you're familiar with a lot of them in the outdoor circuit. How would you describe the type of player coming into this game?
A lot of players who are very technically gifted. Bougias is one of them in particular. And Laura Board's a fantastic keeper. Had a very good season with Essendon Royals, who themselves in MPL Women's in Victoria. Had a terrific, absolutely terrific campaign. So players coming into it in form and off the back of some stellar seasons. Bougias once again worked away beyond Best, tried to go away from O'Brien. Olsen wanted to claim it. Racinos with whip. It had too much depth, however, and Duffy wasn't able to get there.
And we see on Friday just what happens when you bring in such technical players. I mean, Jonathan Sapina, what an absolute masterclass on Friday. He made the Futsaroos look like the Futsalhoos. Fantastic, and hopefully we can see some more players of that quality come into the league and make it stronger and make it more competitive.
Some way, somehow. I'm not sure the Australian internationals would look too fondly on that. A good challenge posed to them by Sapina, who certainly starred on Friday. Player of immense quality, grabbed himself a first half hat-trick. However, it is worth remembering that Futsalroo Fab 3 as it was on the night did end up taking the 3 points. And that in the end, many would suggest, is all that matters. Millibest, that's a brilliant back heel. And Malloy's got room to go into. Racinos came to close it. O'Brien, her run was a fraction too late. Malloy's ball was a fraction too heavy. And Wilbert lets it run out of play.
Ethan, what's your favourite type of fraction?
Copy Wilbert picks it back up. Tried to drill it. It was well read by Best, who got it back from O'Brien. Trying to turn away. Millibest drills low. And it faded just a fraction late, although Board would have had her angles covered had it been on target.
Kobe Wilbert now an excellent player, young player of the season from last season. And can she continue that form for Carlton Hart in the campaign coming up?
Best with a tidy read. Duffy then won it back from O'Brien. Joffa tried to fizz it into the feet of Bougias. Two of Carlton Hart's new additions this evening, looking to combine for the first time. Wasn't quite able to come off. It's been a really, you wouldn't say cagey, it's been free-flowing, although chances have been at a premium. It's been an arm wrestle so far in this game. An opening 4 minutes where neither team has really budged.
And of course, there's not many subs on either bench. I think it's one apiece. So really, this is a game of endurance and how each player can continue this rapid start to the game through the long haul.
Bougias with a brilliant take and rolls in Hart's equalizer. That was a super finish. The ball was drilled to her from Duffy. And she just created a yard, a quick bit of footwork around and rolled it under Emma Olsen to give Hart their leveller.
It's just the quickness, that speed, that tenacity that she brings into the game, moving that ball so swiftly, easily drops that down low, and Emma Olsen had no chance.
Just a terrific shift from Estelle Bougias. She gets her first of the evening. Terrifically taken goal. The touch set up the shot superbly. A very technically terrific finish. As Miller Best tried to drill it towards Goscombe. But instead, board will restart things. Wilbert. Again went down the line, searching for Duffy. Best one in, then Duffy won it back off her. Joffa tried to turn around. Best slid it for Nissan, who won a free kick. Bugias in retreat. Sure didn't mean to impede her, however, ended up doing so inadvertently. And it gives Phoenix a free kick. O'Brien tried to drill it. Bugias cut it out. And then Goscombe made a good challenge. She was swarmed by two, did Bugias. She got away from both of them. Although Stella Nissan protests her innocence, the officials didn't quite see eye to eye with her on that occasion. Properly cagey start to this game. To kick off Sunday evening, two sides who will both be eyeing up each other's and their own top four credentials, perhaps with a look at a finish in the top three. Neither would be far away from it. Heidelberg have set the early pace. Fitzroy not far behind, nor are the defending champions. Side who Phoenix took a point off merely a fortnight ago. For both of these sides this season, Josh, do you think a top three finish, let alone a top four, is what they'd be eyeing up to really press home both the signings they've made and the momentum they carried from the off-season?
I think so, because both teams have improved from last season and they've brought in players that fit their system. They've had longer times, each coach, with their players, so I absolutely believe third place is the goal, or higher.
Joffa. Back for Duffy, who drilled it down the line. Bugias got in ahead of Nissan and spun away, sent it back for Joffa, who caught it sweetly, but unfortunately got under it at the critical moment and had her shot fly over. Malloy on for Miller Best, who switched it smashingly for O'Brien, who worked a yard for herself and forced board into a rather brilliant save at the expense of a corner.
Mary Bryan growing in confidence with the amount of shots that she's taking, and why not when you have that accuracy? Blast it towards the top corner and a really good save from the keeper. Here
O'Brien is again from the corner, scored off the first, rolled it into Best, who's trying to work a yard for herself. Joffa and Wilbert did well, and now Cobby Wilbert is face to face with Malloy, slid it through the legs of Malloy and can go the other way. Wilbert on for Duffy, who took too long perhaps to pull the trigger, shifted away from O'Brien, kept going, and Malloy was in the right place to make the intervention. Couldn't clear it further than Joffa, who nearly had a yard. Best came to close the door. All the way back for Bugias. That was nearly a delightful ball for Duffy, but again, just a touch too heavy. However, that is the first real time that this game has become stretched, and Hearts were the ones who found some joy.
Absolutely, and again, it's that young gun Cobby Wilbert coming into it, being that engine of heart. She's been with the team so long now, really growing into this game.
Wilbert with a wondrous run, and it nearly provided Hart with an early turnaround. That ball towards Duffy. Wasn't quite able to find her, then nodded on from Olsen's throw, and will win a free kick. Goscombe's boot was just a touch too high. Taken quickly by Wilbert, who again wanted Duffy. O'Brien got in the way and then was happy to see it out. Got it back from Olsen quickly. Her ball deflected off Bugias. Duffy lost out. Goscombe won it back, then sold Best short. Racinos. Wilbert. Happy to draw Goscombe into it, trying to draw Northern Phoenix into a press to open the space, and she did terrifically. The ball was fizzed into Racinos, whose touch unfortunately took her out of play. Both of these sides at the moment certainly showing glimpses of what we've seen in the first few weeks of the season. As Best tried to spear it on the switch for O'Brien, who just timed her run a fraction too late, and it finds its way out of play. Wilbert going at Goscombe, and around her. Colby Wilbert wants to go alone and forces Olsen into a parry. Racines was lurking and Hart have a corner.
Kobe Wilbert just taking her time to walk up to that corner for Carlton Hart, letting her team, of course, without that extra bench player, have that little bit of a rest, and it's a brilliant shot blocked out by Mila Best, and she's back towards goal. Wins that foul for Hart.
Mila Best did well there. Defensively, was certainly determined. And tried a ball with loft for Goscombe. Board was able to come and claim it and rolled it on for Bougias immediately. He's got options with her, decided to go alone. Olsen took the sting out of it and then was able to mop it up. Best, again trying to clip one over the top. Northern Phoenix going very direct. Bougias down the line for Duffy. Couldn't move away from Malloy nor Goscombe. O'Brien was the beneficiary. Malloy. Back for Miller Best. Perhaps Phoenix's turn to take some time. Malloy split the lines for O'Brien. Terrific 1-2. And Malloy is all on her own and rolled it wide. It was a fantastic move from Northern Phoenix. But Malloy at the crucial moment just couldn't apply the finishing touch.
And Malloy needs to be better there. She's an experienced campaigner right in front of goal. It's an absolute key opportunity to bring the game level.
Having carved their way through Carlton Hart. Just couldn't quite find the corner. Board had done well to her credit. Quickly came off her line to close down the angle, close down the space. O'Brien with a searching ball for Stella Nissan. Nearly turned out to be a brilliant one. Once again, whipped and faded too late. For the new Phoenix edition. Could add her head to it. Stella Nissan, who's certainly made a bright start to life in turquoise. Switched it for O'Brien, who was immediately hustled by Racines. Was able to wake it back for Lissan. Best. Malloy back with Best. Miller Best happy to take some time. Malloy wanted O'Brien again. Racines was alert to it. Squeezed it back for Duffy. Joffa trying to turn an angle. Wanted Bougias, who again has worked hard around one, around two. That is a super goal. A sensationally amazing run. And Hearts have turned it around.
And against that same key player, Biggio, fantastic on her feet, and the Phoenix defenders just cannot keep up with her.
A brilliant, brilliant darting run from Bougias. And then once one-on-one with Olsen, rolled it ever so coolly into the far corner. Racines, having used their hand, gave away a free kick. And Phoenix, who were ahead early, are now chasing the game. O'Brien belted it, Board made a good save. Nissan on the rebound, Malloy couldn't turn it. Nissan's second effort. Shouts for handball waved away. Cleared only as far as O'Brien. Best tried to twist and turn and go at Racines, but ran out of room.
Now, Ethan, you have the team sheet, obviously, for Northern Phoenix and for Carlton Hart. I believe there's more players to come into the second half. Do you have any update on that?
Certainly are. I had a word with Reese and Teresi before kick-off. Both Rebecca Davis and Alexandra Smart still awaiting their arrival. He said that they may come later. And from a Northern Phoenix perspective, Annabelle Mergianos still yet to make way. Tyler Lewis also alluded to the fact that she would arrive. Both sides, right now, certainly feeling the lack of more substitutes on what has been, it's safe to say, a rather mild start to September in Melbourne. Usually a month where winter continues. It hasn't been the case this weekend. The sunshine's been out. The heat has been up. It's been beautiful weather. But with that comes the possibility of, as it does in the summer here at DCSS, of it turning into somewhat of a minor sauna. Meaning that stamina is once again of utmost importance, as Malloy with loft. Board spilled it and was able to gather it just as Nissan was gaining an interest. Bougias on for Racines. Joffa tried the 1-2. Malloy was alert to it and sees it out of play. Malloy wanted to go long. Joffa got under it and conceded a corner. Her and Wilbert not exactly on the same wavelength. And another set piece for Northern Phoenix, halfway point of the first half. Best drilled it across, Bugias got a touch. Cleared only as far as O'Brien once again, who's had a few looks from range. Board was able to gather that. Fizzed it for Wilbert, who dropped it off for Joffa, got it back. Waiting on the runners. Bugias momentarily darted for her. Joffa, Racinos. O'Brien alert as Wilbert was looking to charge right through the centre of court. Phoenix once again go to a reshuffle. Still have a couple more names on the bench. The best cut out Racinos' ball. Nissan lost out to Bugias. Joffa tried the return. Nissan did superbly to read that. And just able to relieve some pressure. Tidy ball down the line for Malloy, who wanted to make it through for Goscombe. Eventually gets it to her. Malloy clipped it in. Nissan unable to get there, and Racinos happy to clear her lines.
Mila Best from the side ball for Northern Phoenix to continue their offensive onslaught that hasn't quite beaten the keeper yet. That one airborne and a little bit too much on it.
And in fact, another name that we forgot to mention, Laura El Hayek, is just walking behind us.
There she is, walking into the bench. I think the cameraman has got it there. Just a little fist bump to Coach Tyler Lewis.
Those two certainly have made a bright start to life at Northern Phoenix. Laura El Hayek had a simply superb month of August and was in fact player of the month. First one of the season, going the way of the Phoenix shot stopper. Just to round home the terrific nature in which that transfer has turned out for her. Racinos tried to slide it for Bugias, but only found Malloy, who wanted to go at her. Best made it work down the line on a darting run. Miller Best went early and board. Again parried and then picked up. Fizzed it on for Joffa. Best in retreat, couldn't make the challenge stick. Racinos with a loose touch. And Wilbert did wonderfully to keep that alive. It was whipped to her with pace. Tried to steer it over the top. Malloy read it, but wasn't able to keep it in.
And what did you make of that transfer? Do you think it is possibly the best transfer of the 2025.2 season, Laura El Hayek to Northern Phoenix?
I certainly think it was one of the winter windows, and it has turned out to be one of the winter window's more successful moves, although it is early days, of course. You can never do badly by hitting the ground running. That's something Laura El Hayek has certainly done. One of the real eyebrow-raising transfers as well. Not in its confusion, just in what it meant for the Northern Phoenix project. Certainly an integral piece to the puzzle. Best dropped it off to Malloy, who are also heavily involved in that project. That ball down the line for Nissan, not quite. Perhaps wasn't the major signing of the winter window. One of them for sure. Rebecca Davis has moved to Carlton Hart. Her return back to a club she knows so well.
Good point. That's a good point. There's so many transfers that occurred with the collapse of Western United as a squad.
Leila Abdul Latif went to Fitzroy as well. We can't forget that. So many a move being made from the conclusion of things out west. And at the moment, a lot of those transfers featuring for Northern Phoenix, who find themselves in need of a way to get back into this game. Hart pressing for a third. Wilbert again wanted to whip it in the channel. Malloy cut it out, but was immediately pressed by Bugias, who made a good challenge. And then the ball was rolling as Malloy went to take the kick in, and Hart have it back. Racinos reinstated once more. Duffy, Wilbert. Racinos wanted Duffy, who was crowded out by Malloy. Best did well. O'Brien made sure of it. Nissan with a tidy touch. Was able to spin away from Racinos. Recycled it for Malloy. O'Brien got away from Duffy. Nissan kept it in, and then Wilbert won it back. Got away from O'Brien as well. Colby Wilbert on a run. All the way for Joffer, who wasn't able to turn it in at the back stick. Another wondrous Wilbert run. The ball was a beauty as well. And having timed the run to perfection, just couldn't apply the finishing touch. Would have been some way to mark your debut.
We'll call it 1-1 now, Ethan. Northern Phoenix an optimal chance of their own. And now Carlton hard at the back stick. Just couldn't get it on target. A difficult finish, perhaps, some might say.
Wilbert. And taking her time. Carlton Hart exercising some patience. Duffy, who dropped in, hoping for some space, tried to drill it for Joffer. But it was too hot for her to be able to get on the end of. Olsen wants to go long for Best. Racinos cut it out, only to Nissan, who rolled it down the line for Best, who lost out to Duffy, and now they're pouring forward. It's 3-on-2. Joffer one way, Wilbert the other. Duffy's ball was a fraction behind Wilbert, who gave it back to her. And then Malloy was there to make the challenge. Racinos took over with a lovely ball roll, rolled it towards Joffer, and Best in the nick of time came across to make the clearance. Certainly a first half where both sides have looked to control the ball well. Hart have created a lot of opportunities. Another one for Duffy. Blocked by Nissan, and Wilbur crushes the bar. Joffer on the turn in, that's 2. Another golden opportunity to give Hart a 2-goal buffer. And unfortunately for her, once more, it goes begging. Desperately unlucky. Not just once now, but twice. Wilbert gave it back for Duffy, whose ball was cut out by Malloy, who fancies going on a run all on her own. O'Brien was up with her. Malloy wanted to steer it for her, but only found the hands of Bort. Quickly fizzed it on for Racinos. Wilbert down the line for Joffer. Hart have an opportunity on the break, but Best put an end to it. Malloy got it round the corner for O'Brien, and now Phoenix could go the other way. 2 up with her, and Wilbert did well just to close the door, and Tyler Lewis wants timeout. One which he will get with a little bit of delay. Northern Phoenix gaffer calls the game to its first halt of the evening. 6 minutes to half time, and although taking the lead, Northern Phoenix find themselves behind. It's Carlton Hart 2, Northern Phoenix 1. We return from timeout for the first time this evening. Carlton Hart, who were behind early, thanks to May O'Brien's deflected effort off Racinos, now find themselves 2-1 down. And Hart at the moment have created a lot of opportunities in this game. Have been able to take a couple, although Josh, they perhaps could have been further ahead as Nissan has an opportunity again from Northern Phoenix, who have looked certainly a threat off of the corners.
Well, I wouldn't call this game dead and dusted, Ethan. It's 2-1, and for that reason, up and down game. Both teams optimal chances. I actually think it's 3-1. My apologies. 2-1? Okay.
Wilbert on for Duffy. Nissan with a firm but fair challenge, not just the first time, but the second too. Someone who's provided a lot of spark and energy to this Northern Phoenix side since her arrival. Side ball back for Malloy, who wanted to play it into Best. Wilbert did well to read it. Best got in the way to block a ball to the back stick, intended for Duffy, and then nodded it into touch. Wilbert side ball, Duffy. Back for Racinos. Duffy once more. Chopped it off for Wilbert. That's a lovely ball to find Racinos, who tried to cut it back for Duffy. Nissan in the right place to read it. Malloy on for Best, on for O'Brien, who tried to shift away from Racinos, and just when she thought she had, Carlton Hart captain recovered rather well.
Wilbert at the centre circle, guarded by Best. She steps up. A take on from Racinos, forced out wide. It's a good interception from Malloy, though too much on it.
Inside the final 5 minutes to half time in tonight's opening entanglement. Wilbert went with Loft, wanted Duffy, however wasn't able to find her. And you wonder, if it stays this way, just what the two managers might be saying at the break.
Oh, it's a very difficult one, Ethan. I'm not sure I can know, because at the end of the day, with so little players to rely on from the benches, it might just be a case of motivating the girls to give it their all in the second half.
Malloy with another good read, got it back from Best. Had Goscombe rolling forward, a smashing ball to find her, and Ball did well. Another brilliant save. Came out quickly to stifle out the danger and stifle out Northern Phoenix from the opportunity of a second.
Chris Malloy has been absolutely excellent for Northern Phoenix, finding those threaded passes and, of course, creating that opportunity for herself in the early stages of the first half, and I think she'll be the pivotal focus coming into the second.
Wilbert down the line for Duffy again, who spun away from Best and belted it into the side netting. Hit the wrong side of the stanchion. That was a delightful turn from Duffy, ever so deft. She just wasn't able to apply the finishing touch. Alston again long for Goscombe. Racinos one in, and Goscombe stayed down.
Oh no.
And seems to be in quite a bit of pain.
Did you get a clear look on what exactly happened, Ethan?
Was in the coming together with Racinos. She's just come off worse for wear. Certainly wasn't anything malicious or intended. But she seems to be in a little bit of strife.
On a more positive note, the arrival of Ali Smart for Carlton Hart boosts the bench from 1 to 2, so it's a double.
Reece and Teresi will certainly be most pleased about those reinforcements. Tyler Lewis may not be so pleased about losing Meg Goscombe, who we certainly hope is okay, and we hope it isn't anything serious.
Hopefully a sprained ankle or something, just a light roll or a cramp or anything like that.
Looked like it might be closer to a dead leg, perhaps. That's certainly what we're hoping. We hope it isn't anything more serious than that it's just a bit of a nasty knock.
Absolutely.
And that she's able to, even if she doesn't feature tonight, we hope it isn't anything serious. We hope it isn't anything particularly damaging.
Hopefully she can make the return to the court.
Currently in conversation with Benjamin Cullen on the Phoenix bench. They restart with the side ball. Best wanted to find O'Brien, but Racinos quickly cut in.
And how Phoenix will desperately be hoping that Annabelle Mergianos can actually arrive on time at halftime and bolster the forces.
Board. Quickly rolled it onto Joffa, who wanted to go down the line again for Duffy. He's made a number of darting runs in this first half. Once again, Hearts trying to utilise the flanks and really stretch the court. Draw this Northern Phoenix side out of its set defensive shape. Racinos lost out to Nissan, who kept it in and was waiting on the runners. Got around Racinos. Rolled it back for Best, who wanted O'Brien. Wilbert cut it out. And then Nissan impeded her as she went to go the other way. Northern Phoenix perhaps just wanting to be a little bit careful now on the foul front. Racked up 3 in this first half, and there's still enough time to accumulate a couple more if they aren't careful. Malloy lost out to Racinos, who then showed too much of it to Nissan. Stella Nissan wants to spin away from Racinos, not once but twice. Those two tangle, but everything seemed to be okay, and then Racinos gave it away to Malloy, who's made a yard for herself and could only clip it into the palms of Board. Best did well to read it. Malloy won it back, wanted Best on the return, and Wilbert slid it through her legs, however, slid it out of play. Once again, it was just in the nick of time, that challenge. Best was looking to make that 1-2 work. Best took it quickly, nearly made its way all the way for Nissan. Duffy in the right place at the right time to read it. Wilbert. That's a lovely ball for Racinos. And Malloy came across and Olsen prevented a corner. Superbly done by the Phoenix shot stopper. Went long for Best, whose flick on can only find touch. Carlton Hart having Smart on court for the first time tonight. Joffa, and she was nearly involved immediately. Duffy tried to drive it into her. Malloy cut it out. Rolled it on for Best, who's got Nissan one way, O'Brien the other. Tried to spear it on the switch for O'Brien again, but it was a touch too heavy. And that has been the main problem they've encountered in this first half. It's not for a lack of creating those opportunities where they've had 3-on-2 situations available to them. It's been the execution of that final ball to create the chance. It's been Northern Phoenix's real shortcoming whenever they've gone on the counter. And Carlton Hart trying to play with width. That's where they found a lot of joy. Through Nissan's legs for Wilbert. Duffy. Driving ball for Smart. Just wasn't able to take it in on the turn and create an angle for herself. Olsen quickly on for O'Brien, who fizzed it into Best. She lost out to Bugias. Duffy. Again wanted to drill it for Smart. O'Brien in retreat did well to keep it alive. And could only play it out. Took a touch off Smart, who was certainly hot on the press, and Northern Phoenix were able to keep it. 90 seconds to half-time. Can either of these teams take one more with them in what has been a real arm wrestle of a first half? It's been cagey. Chances have been few and far between. It's been about taking them. Rebecca Davis arriving in the nick of time for East Interisi's side as Malloy was on the march. Found by Best, cut out by Duffy. On for Bugias. That's a brilliant ball to find Wilbert and evade the press, who gave it back to her. Just as she wanted to shift it for Smart down the line, she dropped back and they ran out of room.
And Ethan, I just want to make a point that Meg Goscombe earlier on, that's a quad injury, so pretty sure she'll be ruled out for the rest of the game for Northern Phoenix.
That is certainly not the best case scenario. It's not the news that anybody wanted to hear.
No.
She thankfully isn't in as much anguish as she was a few moments ago. And hopefully it's only a minor quad injury, nothing serious, as Malloy, her effort was blocked by Bougias, who's on the charge. 3-on-2 for Hart once more. Bougias, brilliant. Smart to steer it in. That's a super block from O'Brien, who had to get a touch as that was heading in.
And it could have easily been 3 for Carlton Hart.
Superb defending from May O'Brien. Corner quickly out for Rebecca Davis. Her first involvement of the night. It's a good challenge from Miller Best. Bougias, smart, tidy return. Bougias' touch was heavy, allowing Malloy to come across and then clear her lines.
And I wonder what the ability of Rebecca Davis can bring to this game already. That's so close. You know she's an X-factor player and can change a game like that.
Smart side ball, flicked only into Malloy. Best helped it on its way back to Davis. Bougias. Oh. Davis from range. Caught it sweetly, but wasn't able to steer it goalwards. But maybe, perhaps, that is something we might expect more from Rebecca Davis. Could have a license to shoot this evening. O'Brien. Stella Nissan around the corner for Malloy, who wanted the return. Bougias cut it out well, and then was swarmed by 2. Who made the challenge. Davis away from Nissan, through Malloy, not further than Miller Best, who had room to roam into. Nissan tried to make it work, and Phoenix have a free kick. Under 10 seconds to the break. And an opportunity to land a leveller right on the stroke of half-time. Miller Best, who won it, is standing over it. Malloy is one option. O'Brien drawing herself away from board. Nissan at the back stick. Miller Best free kick into board, who parried it only to Nissan. Gave it back for Best, who didn't catch it cleanly. O'Brien off the line from Davis. If they want one more look, they'd have to get it now, but the clock will beat them all and will beat Hart, who were galloping the other way. However, it will matter not for them as they take a half-time lead, albeit in a scrambly and rather dramatic fashion towards the end. Having to hang on to the break, they lead Northern Phoenix 2-1 at half-time in the early kickoff.
We're the Champ Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
well, that's exactly right.
It's absolutely fantastic, and the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins, and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. And when you got families paying $7, $8, $9 grand, it's just It's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, you know, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, striker.
And send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Mara.
We return from half-time for the first time tonight in what has been a close and cagey first half. Northern Phoenix went ahead through a deflected May O'Brien effort off a corner, and then Carlton Hart were able to turn it around and find themselves ahead at the break. They lead 2-1 on a night where perhaps seasons could get turned around and momentum can sway in many a different way. Phoenix have got 20 minutes to find an answer, or could Hart perhaps make this a night of dreams and make this a night where Season 2 in 2025 for them starts to gather some steam. Phoenix want an early opportunity. Best tried to stab it for Malloy. Davis cut it out and is already on the drive. Had 2 up with her. One was Smart, who forced a good save out of Olsen inside the first minute. Quickly on for Stella Nissa, and this game will not slow down on for Miller Best, whose effort had loft via a deflection and wins Northern Phoenix a corner. And all of that inside 30 seconds. Second half's first corner. Northern Phoenix will be hoping. Goes in the same vein as the first one they had in the match. Best take. Again out for O'Brien, who got under it. But belted it over the bar. If it stays like this, it will be a crucial 3 points for Carlton Hard. If they are to win tonight, it moves them momentarily into the top 3 as Melbourne Aku play Heidelberg next up. A win for Northern Phoenix would take them into the top 4. If they were to turn it around, a point keeps Hart 5th and keeps Phoenix 6th. So both stay where they are if they are to be inseparable. That shows the importance already of what 3 points means on match day 4 of the season. Millibest's flick had board watchful, but I'm worried. Rebecca Davis wanted to drill it down the line. And Best made a good block. Joffa quickly. Davis to drill one, and she wasn't far away. From the top corner. Nearly picked it out in picture book fashion. It dipped devilishly late on Emma Olsen, who was happy to watch it sail by. She now restarts things. Quickly in for Best. That's a very tidy touch. Hustle by Davis. Couldn't get away from her and was fouled by her. First half was one that wasn't fraught of fouls. In the second half, perhaps, already starting in similar tune. Bryant for Best. Carlton Hart stepped up on the press immediately, and Smart did well. Best on the slide did superbly. Had to make that challenge, and Olsen had come a long way. And just as Smart was looking to steer it round the both of them and perhaps into an empty net. Miller Best with a critical lunge. Denied her a very, very good opportunity. The second half has absolutely flown out the blocks, and Smart with a clever turn. It broke for Joffa, and Emma Olsen made a terrific save down low. Carlton Hart corner, who are looking to give themselves some breathing room at the start of this second half. Taken quickly for Davis, who's drilled it in. A quick shift and a quick spear beyond Olsen. And Hart, who have been knocking on the door, have themselves a 2-goal buffer, thanks to a delightful Davis drive.
And that's exactly what Rebecca Davies does. Ethan, she's fantastic, and we saw the earlier shot, didn't quite hit the target, but she's so good that it's almost 1 every 2 shots is going to go in.
Brilliant hit. Through bodies, Emma Olsen. Short-sighted, and unfortunately for her, no chance to make the save. And Carlton Hard at the moment have the goal which they so desired. It's one which gives them a buffer, keeps Phoenix at an arm's length. And not only that, it puts a stamp on the momentum that they've started the second half with. They have another side ball. Dangerously deep in Phoenix territory. Davis wanted to drill it again. Malloy made the block. Davis got another look. Clipped it off Miller Best while trying to find Duffy. And not just that, Josh. It's a goal that takes Carlton Hart into the top 3. If Davis was in the mood for another. Wasn't far away. Olsen again. Happy to see it sail over.
The top 3. And I believe it's just Fitzroy and Aku above them. No.
Fitzroy.
Heidelberg. It's Heidelberg.
Fitzroy would be above them. Heidelberg, the league leaders, currently on the other side, who have pulled away. They've had a perfect start alongside the Tigers, and Hart are looking to come and join that company before Aku and Heidelberg take to court. Malloy lost out. Nissan robustly cleared it, and Duffy's touch didn't quite give her the desired effect.
Talking about Heidelberg, they play in our next game against Melbourne Arcu. Do you think they have what it takes to continue that run against the champions?
Never an easy game. That's a brilliant ball from Malloy, who's pulled one back. A super ball from May O'Brien. And Malloy, who timed her run marvellously, was then afforded the space to finish coolly, and Phoenix are back in it. Terrific goal. Ball from O'Brien was a belter, and Davis wanted to return serve and instead rattled one into Miller Best at the expense of a corner.
And here's a chance now for Carlton Hart. Really, they want to get that 2-goal buffer back into it after Chris Malloy's brilliance. And again, she has been absolutely brilliant this game. Possibly Phoenix's best player.
Joffa's corner. Davis. Joffa to fizz it across. Olsen got a touch and then claimed it and wants to release O'Brien, who's on the charge. Wilbert in retreat. Did very well to shut the door. Got her angles right. And watched it all the way back for Board, whose fling out for Joffa was hustled by Nissan. Wilbert mopped it up and couldn't find Duffy.
Chris Malloy from the side ball. May look for Nissen. She does. Turns around, forced backwards to Malloy. Goes long. And a little bit too much sauce on that one.
Malloy, who just had a moment of marvel to get Phoenix back into this game. He's nearly spun by Duffy. Who was looking to go in behind. The threat is still there. And Northern Phoenix, as they had done at times in the first half, just exercising a couple of passages to go rather direct.
Absolutely. And there's a bit of confusion between Mila Best and May O'Brien. It's like they just spoke different languages at that point. Not on the same page whatsoever. And it is a turnover. Kobe Wilbert trying to get there quickly to set up perhaps Rebecca Davies. It's not going to work.
Phoenix scrambling frantically. Nissan did well. Best belted it away. A real moment of confusion. Nearly proved costly for Northern Phoenix. Hart took that side ball quickly. Worked a good angle. The ball to the back stick was inviting. And Nissan was on hand and reacted quicker than anybody. Thus was able to clear it. Duffy tried to dance away from Best. Only found Malloy. Nissan again. Wanted to return it with height. Only found Racinos. Couldn't clip it for Duffy, who has spun Miller Best wonderfully. Gone around Malloy, who's still backtracking. Had Davis one more, and it might break for Best, who's all on her own. Wilbert in retreat, Malloy arriving with her. That's a brilliant save from Board down low. And Phoenix have a corner on the break, but that is how quickly the dynamic can change.
What a turn of events. Miller Best gets knocked to the ground, and by the time she looks up, gets up, she has the ball, she's on for a counter-attack, and now she wins herself a corner. Nissen to take it. May O'Brien. And that one's poor from Malloy.
Cut out by Racinos, who's again tried to steer it over the top for Duffy, who got goal side of O'Brien, who then did well in retreat. Just to stifle out the danger. Davis's side ball. Hart again, looking to get themselves a 2-goal buffer reinstated. Duffy recycled it for Racinos. Wanted to stab it for Davis, only found O'Brien, and that ball nearly tested the touch of Josh Fusco.
And thank God it didn't, because my touch is terrible. My touch is absolutely terrible. How's your touch, Ethan?
O'Brien wanted to fizz it in for Stella Nissan. Turned it round the corner for Malloy. He wanted the return, but it was a touch too heavy. Easy one for Board to come and clean up. Rolled it on for Racinos. Now Davis. Wilbert. Switched it for Duffy. Hart again wanting to turn the screw and wanting to be in control of what goes on. That switch again for Davis was a fraction too heavy. And it just doesn't work out for them. But here is Rebecca Davis. Worked it on for Wilbert. Tried to find Duffy, who had it break fortuitously for her at Best's behest. Malloy can now bring it away. And options with her. Malloy went alone and hit the post. Board was scrambling and she wouldn't have got there had it flicked the inside. Duffy in retreat, desperately cleared it away, but Phoenix were knocking on the door and inches away from an equaliser.
And if Stella Nissen was a fraction quicker, she might have been able to put that ball into the back of the net. Alas, it continues on with Carlton Hart having that 1-goal lead and Mayor Bryant to resurrect with Miller Best their side ball tactic. I cannot believe it. I haven't seen so much confusion since my Year 6 maths exam, honestly.
Not for the first time tonight. Those two not quite on the same wavelength. Another 4-second violation. Northern Phoenix is third this evening when it's come to a side ball. Best couldn't read it. Smart with a smart turn into the palms of Olsen, who wants to go quickly for Malloy. Couldn't touch it away from Wilbert, who did well in retreat, and Board was quickly off her line to mop up. Wilbert wanted it quickly, and Hart wants to go quickly. Wilbert with room to roam. Racinos had peeled away. Malloy did well to stop the whip. Smart couldn't shift it back for Davis. And Northern Phoenix now will get to reload.
In that final 15 minutes, Ethan, if you're coach Tyler Lewis, can you repeat that, Ethan?
I think Suleiman Mohammed was rather displeased with the decision and offered his glasses to Michael Ciaris. Rather bold move from the Northern Phoenix gaffer.
It's quite unprofessional, but hilarious.
Hard have a side ball. Racinos to take. Fisted for Wilbert, who came onto it beautifully. And Malloy had to make the block at the expense of a corner. But Wilbert caught it sweet, and it was whipping towards the top corner. Annabelle Mergianos, with a quarter of an hour to go, has arrived for Tyler Lewis and Suleiman Mohammed's side. Bryant, it's been that kind of evening, one of late arrivals. Best was fouled by Davis, only just.
You have to think to yourself, I'm pretty sure she's coming from an outdoor game. Is she going to be able to provide the spark after playing 90 minutes? Then coming up against a quality hard side.
Energy and adrenaline certainly is a powerful thing. You're never short of either when you play 90 minutes. Something tells me that Annabelle Mergianos is a player who's never short of energy. Miller Best free kick. Mergianos' first involvement was one where she could have connected crisply but wasn't able to make contact. It was just in that awkward position between foot and between. Really an opportunity to knee it in, wasn't it, Josh?
Absolutely. Not short of energy, just short of the ball.
Bugias. Down the line for Smart. Super return. Bugias was through. Olsen came out and made a super stop very quickly. Terrific save from Emma Olsen, who had to time that to perfection. Otherwise, there would have been an angle to roll it into. And she got the angle and she got the timing. Perfect. Davis from the sideball. Shifted it again. Malloy made the block. Bugias on the following. What a save. Excellence again from Olsen. That one of pure reaction, reflex, and of pure brilliance. And she might have more work to do, Bugias, this time. Couldn't beat O'Brien, who concedes a corner.
And Emma Olsen has had a fantastic game, to be honest with you. And if she's coming into next week, she's going to be eyeing that starting spot after a performance like that. That's just one of the problems with two fantastic #1 goalkeepers.
Again gathered calmly as Bugias tried to volley it forward. Best wanted to go around Davis, who's wriggled away from her, as Bugias one way, Smart the other, who'd gone a touch too early. And as a result, the ball was a fraction behind her. O'Brien. Best had made a darting run, and O'Brien had speared it to her. Nearly fell for Mergianos as Bugias' retreating header just cleared the danger momentarily. Malloy wanted the return for Mergianos. Wilbert read it well. Bugias couldn't get away from Mergianos the first time. We'll have a second attempt. Steered it down the line for Smart, who's lost out to Malloy, who has Miller Best up with her. Malloy for Best, Wilbert with a superb challenge. That's a terrific piece of defending. Tracked Miller Best all the way and made what in the end could be a really critical dive. Malloy had board scrambling, but not with any caution. Bugias blaze away from O'Brien. Best with a good challenge, and Malloy can go the other way. 3-on-2 for Phoenix. Mergianos was one. O'Brien arriving was the other, but she wasn't able to get there. Board got a good hand, and Phoenix have a corner.
And it might have been that last touch from the goalkeeper that managed to skew it away from the path of May O'Brien and given Hart another chance to keep their lead.
O'Brien's take. Miller Best has that sweetly! It's a belter! A Miller Best beauty has Northern Phoenix level, and it was a perler of a strike.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? It's not bad at all.
A marvellous Miller Best missile as Davis has hit the post with a similar effort. Took a touch off Emma Olsen as well, who knew nothing about it. Duffy's corner. Bugias lost out. Mergianos scrambling with Davis. Malloy is well on the challenge, and she wants to go on her own. Duffy in retreat did well. Squeezed it through to Bugias. Davis dancing with Best. Tried to spear it. Olsen spilled it and then was able to gather it. It just dipped devilishly on her at the wrong time. She was able to recalibrate herself and take the sting out of it.
At this stage, 3-3, 12 minutes left in this one. Surely Northern Phoenix go on to win this with a momentum-boosting goal like that.
Best turned it for Mergianos. We've got around a few. Best might have another go and has hit the bar. Fire a deflection as well. Board was wrong-footed. Northern Phoenix have a corner, but Miller Best has found her range. Corner quickly. O'Brien away from Duffy. Davis on the block, can now go the other way. Three pouring forward with her. Wilbert one way, Duffy the other. Davis tried the reverse. O'Brien cut it out, and Malloy made sure of it. Best now. Told to relax by Suleiman Mohammed. Rattled it off Wilbert. Bugias prevents the corner. Board. Wilbert. Hart trying to work their way out of the press. Duffy. Back for Wilbert once more, who's cleared it straight to Best, who's got around. That's a brilliant challenge. In fact, it's a penalty. Oh. Carlton are protest that Cobby Wilbert got the ball. But Northern Phoenix now have a chance from the spot to turn this game on its head.
Ooh. And Rebecca Davies looks to be pleading her case quite emphatically. And Suleiman Mohammed's here. Who's going to take the penalty, Sully? He's shy. I think it's going to be May O'Brien.
Suleiman Mohammed not willing to disclose that information.
He might want to take his glasses off. I just don't think he can bear to witness what is about to happen.
O'Brien. You get the feeling we'll have to take this above board to put Phoenix ahead. Having led, then trailed, they clawed their way back. And now from the spot, Northern Phoenix with a chance to reinstate their lead. O'Brien belts it in with certainty, with calmness, with coolness and finesse. And Northern Phoenix get their turn to turn it around and lead 4-3.
Game on, Ethan, game on. Carlton Hart are going to throw everything at the book now.
They have 11 and a half minutes to save themselves. The Reece Interisi side, and Davis has tried that a few times from the restart this evening. Wanting a devastating drive to kill momentum. That one just dragged slightly and rolled wide. of Olsen's post. O'Brien. Malloy. Hustled by Duffy. Happy to see it out. Malloy wanted to go long. Mergianos invited Davis on the touch, but a challenge wasn't able to turn it towards a way in which Carlton Hart could keep it in. Northern Phoenix just wanting to take some sting out of the situation. O'Brien again wanted Mergianos. Wilbert with a good challenge. And for a second half, which has seen its opening 9 minutes be free-flowing, it has now shifted to stop-start. Real collection of side balls. O'Brien's the latest. For Mergianos, who got up. Board didn't get there, but Mergianos couldn't quite get it under the bar in time. Phoenix went route one, and it nearly paid dividends. Wilbert turned it in for Duffy, who had Davis advancing. Mergianos did well to shut the door. Malloy with another good challenge, relieves the pressure once more.
A darting ball looking for Rebecca Davies. Not going to work. Stella Nissen possibly trying to get that ball, though. It's Kobe Wilbert counter-attacking for Carlton Hart.
Wanted the 1-2 with Joffa. Malloy off the line, only as far as Duffy. And O'Brien got a block in the way. And once more is able to slow Carlton Hart up.
And that is the second person to fall on those banners today. I just had to point that out.
Advertising board. Perhaps not too kind to the lady from New South Wales. Davis's turn. And Olsen with a good quick save. Came out to close the angle and close out the danger. Wilbert side ball. Duffy wanted to dart away from Nissan. Joffa with another look, and O'Brien just had one too many flicks.
Careless giveaway in that position, particularly with the scoreline so tight. Carlton Hart from the dead ball, and here's the option. Does Rebecca Davies go for it? You know she's able to. You know she has a high percentage from positions like that, or do they have a set play maybe they've practiced?
Davis certainly seems like she's going to give this a drive. Phoenix's first foul of the second half might be their most costly. It could have come at a bad time. Rebecca Davis and Olsen got a strong palm behind it and pushed it away. Another fine stop from the Phoenix shot stopper. Wilbert, Davis. Wanted the return for Wilbert, and Malloy's read in. Best is up with her. Malloy couldn't get away from Wilbert, whose challenge was a good one. She's got away from Nissan, rolled it on for Duffy. Olsen with a good save. Davis's touch was loose. Allowed her to recover, but Stella Nissan then had shifted across to shut the door. Davis's side ball. Duffy. Back with Rebecca Davis, who's again got a yard on that left foot. Every time from that side ball you feel she's just able to shift a bit of space to get the shot away.
Absolutely, and she has been the key player right now, her in her partnership with Kobe Wilbert for Carlton Hart. But I think in this game you have to look at Emma Olsen and Chris Malloy as the players of the match right now. They are throwing everything at it.
Duffy tried not once but twice to drive it beyond Best and then dragged her down to concede a free kick. That's Hart's fourth foul. They've got to be careful. The ice thinning under East Interisi side's feet.
And again, from distance, how many times has Northern Phoenix hit the target and put it in a danger zone? It could be perhaps the goalkeeper for Hart is just not used to those futsal balls. Maybe the weight and the way it moves within the air.
Another set piece opportunity. O'Brien to take, no confusion this time with Fizz. Davis made the block. And it was a handy one for Duffy, who had Smart streaming forward and then didn't quite sort her feet out. Gave it back for Davis. Ooh, Smart had peeled away. Best in retreat, with a hand of the ball being too heavy. Made sure that Olsen can restart things. A bit of confusion and commotion. As Hidleberg are told by the officials that they'll have to warm up on the other side.
I suppose it would be quite hard to coach when there's a whole bunch of people just running up and down. Tyler Lewis agrees with me.
So taken for Wilbert, whose touch was desperately unlucky to hit the railing. Tyler Lewis has that timeout card in hand. Two touchlines cutting two very different images at the moment. Suleiman Mohammed, who was looking a touch frazzled in the first half, now cuts a more relaxed figure. That's a dazzling turn from Wilbert. They've got around Best, but not around Nissan.
The way Kobe just thrusts herself forward past players, she's fantastic. Such finesse.
Olsen into Miller Best. He couldn't get around Bugias. Almost had to concede. Carlton Hart with an opportunity. Side ball. And Davis peeled away early. Nissan went to her. And made another tidy challenge. Once more, a period where Northern Phoenix looked to take the sting out of the situation. Hart wanting to create an opportunity for themselves, and Wilbert's got a look now. Decided to go alone, and Olsen parried it, then picked up. Malloy. O'Brien wanted Best down the line. Nissan might make that work. Stella Nissan's kept it alive. Wanted to cut it back for O'Brien. Fell fortuitously for Avaya Smart. Couldn't twist and turn her way out of trouble, but kept herself in the know. Smart squeezed it through to Wilbert. Davis. Wilbert once more. Tried to spear it for Smart, but her touch wasn't able to keep it in.
And you were talking about energy earlier on in that second half, and there it is from Annabelle Murgianos, making the second effort to run towards that ball.
Malloy. Murgianos capitalising on a loose touch. Was worked off it by Wilbert. Bugias in retreat benefited. Davis.
Oh.
Around Murgianos. Rebecca Davis. That's a brilliant block from Malloy. She hardly knew a thing about it, but that ricochet might have kept Phoenix ahead. Super block. And now wins it from the corner. Couldn't steer it for Murgianos. Davis once more. Bugias. Malloy stood tall again.
Good defensive effort there from Northern Phoenix, and they're defending as a cohort. Really creating that blockade that Carlton Hart cannot take those shots from distance, particularly that Davies wants to get. She can't get to her spot, and even when she does, it's blocked.
Position which certainly was ever so fruitful for Hart in the first half. Now one of drought. Davis. Wilbert. Trying to work her way beyond Murgianos. And in the end, Wilbert did wonderfully. Speared it back across the face, and O'Brien was there to read it and hammer it away. It'll be coming straight back, however. Board wanted Bugias to drop in. Malloy immediately was on the press. Wilbert down the line through the legs of Murgianos. O'Brien did well. Smart came across, and Phoenix have kept it. And now Tyler Lewis wants timeout. No time to be wasted. Tyler Lewis gets his time out, and Northern Phoenix have turned this game around. As we go to the first time out of the second half, it's Carlton Hart 3, Northern Phoenix 4.
We're the Champ Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then He hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over. We're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, yeah, no, we thought we'd take our talents to Futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. You know, there's a lot of politics within.
We return from timeout. First time in the second half. A Phoenix side ball. O'Brien on for Malloy. For Best, that's a beauty of a turn. Away from Duffy and forced board into a good save at a near post. Miller Best blasted that goalwards. And now O'Brien's got a chance the other way. Fire deflection from Davis and they have a corner. Cracking intervention from Davis. Corner taken quickly out to Malloy. O'Brien. Malloy once more. Miller Best. Magianos. Best again trying to twist and turn. O'Brien, that's a super ball and a super save from board. Phoenix making a fast start. Post timeout. Best. O'Brien. And win another corner via Davis. Best take. Mergianos caught it sweetly. Couldn't quite get over it. Caught the volley rather well, but just couldn't direct it goalward.
We love a good volley in series futsal. There's nothing more pure than a volley apart from a chip.
Mergianos. Davis! Brilliant save, Olsen. O'Brien took a tumble. Olsen on the slide. Davis somehow kept it alive. Mergianos there to clear the danger.
And Emma Olsen needs just a medal after that one. A fantastic save. Reflex. I just can't even fathom how she has the reflexes to see where the ball is going at that pace.
Emma Olsen did not know much about that. It's an excellent stop to deny Hart an equaliser. Smart, just told to retreat many a yard. Racinos couldn't roll it into Davis, and Olsen will happily watch it trickle out.
So much game time has gone, and yet we still have 6 minutes 45. So much can happen.
Olsen, Mergianos, that's a lovely take. O'Brien into Nissan, who lost out to Smart. Duffy on for Davis, who shifted a yard. Duffy on the follow-in. Another super stop down low from Olsen, who's gone quickly for Best. Phoenix might go on the break. Miller Best, Mergianos, Racinos on the block. Nissan tried to stab it goalwards, but just wasn't able to get the connection she most desired.
And Nissen had to take that shot there. If she didn't get any contact on the ball, it was a certain counter-attack. So despite the ball going wide, fantastic choice and saves her team potential defensive effort.
Certainly as we're getting later into the game, that defensive effort and that defensive exertion is something which could become a talking point, particularly with the depleted benches of both sides. Even though they've had additions to them, they're not quite at their full ensemble. Bougias trying to barge her way down the line. O'Brien made the challenge.
And it's good to see Racing Teresi has rested Rebecca Davies and potentially bringing her on for the final 3 minutes, I'd say, so she can have the most important impact in clutch time.
You do sense it could be a late Davis launch to try and earn Hart a point if it stays this way. Wilbert away from O'Brien. Mergianos did well to shut the door. Racinos. Bougias. Mergianos in retreat, made a good challenge. Bougias' side ball. Quickly on for Racinos. Worked it for Duffy, whose touch found its way to Bugias fortuitously. Best with the lunge. Brilliant challenge from Nissan, who goes for Mergianos. Wanted the return. Racinos did well to read it, and as Bugias up with her, gave it out to her, and Olsen again quickly. Duffy on the following. What a block, Miller Best.
She put everything on the line there, Miller Best. She had to be perfect.
Stella Nissan's down.
No, Annabelle Mergianos is
My
down.
apologies. Annabelle Mergianos is down.
Quite hard to see from here, obviously.
Similar boot colour, similar sock height. Mergianos perhaps worse for wear at the end of that particular passage.
Well, she's reaching out to her coach to help her up. That might be enough to say, I'm going, I'm playing on. Oh, no, she's coming off.
Mergianos moving rather gingerly. And in fact does make way for Malloy. And that is 2 now in the Northern Phoenix department who are injured. Tyler Lewis reaffirming to the commentary team that it's just a knock. Everything seems to be okay, which is a positive outcome, all things considered. Malloy made the block off the corner. Once again, Carlton Hart have to go the long way round. Wilbert, Racinos. Nissan's challenge was a close one. Davis, Wilbert again trying to work a yard. Malloy stood her up, rolled it for Bugias, and they've got their goal! A terrific move, finished brilliantly at the back stick. Bugias bounded in and then belted it under Olsen and into the far corner.
And you have to feel for Olsen in that situation. She's done so well up until that point. The defense didn't help her out, giving an easy opportunity for Bougier to come in and just tap it.
And Hart, who are making Phoenix hang on, have found their equaliser once again. Best wanted to switch for Malloy, but it was hit with too much blaze. Wilbert wanted to turn it around the corner. O'Brien's cut that out. Best is up with her. Wilbert made a good intervention, and now it's 3-on-2 the other way. Davis one way, Bugias the other. Nissan with a tidy and ever so important steer back to Olsen. Best now can carry. Had O'Brien one way, Malloy was down the line. Best, Nissan, super return for Malloy, who wanted to spear it all the way out the other way and only found touch. Annabelle Mergianos making her way back on. Everything seems to be all right. Malloy with another rest. And it's Hart's turn to give away a side ball. O'Brien's take with fizz towards Nissan. Wilbert cut it out and now carries forward. Away from Mergianos, away from Miller Best, who at the second attempt retreated well and made a good challenge.
Wilbert makes it look so easy, gliding through defenders like that. Reese Interisi has just paced towards the timeout box. And they're getting a timeout.
And they got it in the nick of time. Reese Interisi wanted it with urgency, and he got it at the last moment. Hearts, having got themselves a leveller, now go to timeout, with it being 4-all.
The team and problems here and there when when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
We're signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, strikers.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Maraha.
return from timeout for the final time in the early kickoff. Hart, having got themselves level, have a corner. It's taken quickly. Scramble back to Emma Olsen. Miller Best with a good read. Flung for Mergianos. Cut out by Racinos. Mergianos off for Stella Nissan. Ball with a big save. Brilliant one down low. Bugias around Best. Has got Racinos charging and away from O'Brien. One in the back heel. Best couldn't sort her feet out, and Carlton have a corner, having nearly conceded up the other end.
This is going to be a game of magic moments, Ethan, and one will decide it. It's too close to call at this point. Wilbert holding onto the ball. May O'Brien may try to clear. Last touch of Wilbert, Northern Phoenix ball.
All about the sliding doors moments. Stella Nissan may have just had one. Magianos. Oh, again wants to go the long way round. Racinos speared it back, and Wilbert read it well. Has two up with her. Nissan in retreat. Couldn't get the challenge in, neither could Best. Stella Nissan now does, and also not taking any risks, comes to clear her lines. Hard side ball inside the final 4 minutes. Davis with loft for Wilbert on the volley. Nissan in the way to make the block.
In that stage, Wilbert was just trying to force anything through. Hopefully it takes a deflection past Olsen, but again, very difficult for Carlton to take any shot from distance with this Northern Phoenix defense. It's claustrophobic.
Davis on for Wilbert, who again wanted to give it a drive, as blocked by Best. Davis spun around O'Brien, cut it back for Bugias, who couldn't sort her feet out. Was a touch behind her, but that might be the moment.
You're not going to get a better chance like that with 3 minutes to go. Really optimal. They just needed to get a bigger touch on it. Turn and shoot, couldn't get it.
Malloy couldn't find Mergianos.
And it seems like the fatigue is really starting to take place with these players, with the balls coming through. It's so much effort just to reach in for that ball.
Malloy's done well. Best with a 1-2. Just as she was looking to charge forward, Malloy wasn't able to keep it in. And that stretch might have perhaps been uncomfortable for Malloy. She didn't quite move out of it with the same freedom as to which she went into it. Here's Davis. Tried to go around Best. Brilliant ball for Duffy, who's touch invited Olsen to save it. O'Brien. Malloy. Mergianos had just made her move a fraction early. O'Brien now finds her down the line. Mergianos through the legs of Davis, who then came in to win it and is on the drive the other way. Duffy's up with her. Davis went alone. Malloy made the block, and O'Brien tried to keep it for Best, who'd run out of room.
Rebecca Davies trying to take this game upon herself, the way she's just darting from her own half into the opposition, getting herself into dangerous opportunities, and now she has the side ball. May play it off to Ali Smart. Maybe not.
In fact, it will be Ali Smart to take. Quickly rolled it on for Davis, who again wants to try and shift the yard. Around Miller Best. Brilliant block, Malloy, and Smart on the follow-in has steered it in. Hart have been knocking on the door. Smart went the long way round, and then the gleeful recipient to smash in the rebound.
And again, you have to feel for goalkeeper Emma Olsen, because that is a goal of poor defensive. I guess stopping that initial shot is what you have to do, because that second come up doesn't need to happen. Emma Olsen shouldn't have to make that save.
The recovery coverage, perhaps not quite there for Phoenix, who once more trail tonight. And Hearts once again concede the top three. Best has a side ball. They've now got to throw the kitchen sink at it to try and get an equaliser.
And some. With 2 minutes, everyone's tired. They have not got the subs. They haven't got the legs. They have injuries. It's going to be a miracle.
Davis just wanting to drag down the clock. Tried to steer it for Smart, who wasn't able to take it under. O'Brien. Time ticking down for Northern Phoenix. They're running out of it. O'Brien again. They look to go often with loft towards Mergianos. but have not been able to find her.
And I just wonder if Tyler Lewis and the gang are going to go for 5th player. I just wonder.
Something about Tyler Lewis's reaction says that that might not be on the cards this evening. Davis again drilled it down the line. Hart have got 2 minutes to hang on. Perhaps now the more than some in terms of the kitchen sink for Northern Phoenix has to come. Ford dropped it off for Davis. And once again, he's just happy to clear it anyway.
And again, Northern Phoenix are going to want to press at every opportunity they can and bring back to our similar point of how much energy they have left in the tank. That's all this game's going to be about.
Brian, best. Mergianos nearly made it work. Wilbert's going the other way. Tried to steer it for Smart once more, who once again wasn't able to apply the finishing touch. Olsen on for O'Brien. Down the line for Best. Going to get it beyond Davis. Appeals for a handball waved away. Mergianos came across to make the challenge. Davis lofted it down the line for Wilbert, who's gone around O'Brien, went around Olsen. And there's one Carlton a corner.
Corner it is, wow. I don't know how Kobe managed to keep that ball and not go out of bounds in such tight space.
Northern Phoenix are protesting it should be the keeper's ball. Emma Olsen also pled her case. It seems as though that has fallen on deaf ears. Duffy. Wilbert. Eventually does find its way to Olsen, who speared it on for Best. Got away from Davis, got away from Smart, and Wilbert too. Was hit with fizz for Mergianos. Duffy then made a good challenge. Davis. Back for Duffy, who gave it away to O'Brien, whose steer was hurried, and Duffy can drive. Wilbert. Away from O'Brien. Cobbie Wilbert has crashed it wide. Would have been a cracker. And a corker of a way to end this game. But still, Phoenix are not out of it yet. Still have time. Inside the final minute. Seconds are ticking down.
Olsen, long ball, trying to find Best. It's Kobe Wilbert who knocks it back into the defensive half, but Malloy still keeping it lofted and too much on it. They need to play smart. They cannot give the ball away with just 50 seconds left.
We're going direct at times tonight. Has paid dividend for Phoenix at the moment. It seems to be hurting them. Board's ball for Duffy. Hart just need to wind down the clock. Wilbert. Mergianos hot on the press. Davis with loft for Smart, who couldn't steer it beyond Malloy. And then Fowler with a little clip. And in fact, that's 5 fouls for Carlton Hart. And they got 30 seconds to just be careful. Phoenix free kick, 5 fouls for Hart. Malloy to take. Smart got a touch. Mergianos was deft, got away from 2. It broke for Duffy. Nissan in retreat made a good challenge. Malloy, Smart, steered it to Nissan. Malloy on for Miller Best. Had a chance! Brilliant save from Board, who had to tip it over for a corner.
Wow.
Taken quickly. Best against a drill one. Davis in the way. Turned it over the top. And they will have 13 seconds. Unlucky for some. Perhaps Phoenix hoping that omen carries for Hart.
It can't happen. It surely cannot happen.
Davis on the... That's a brilliant take from Mergianos. Nissan got a poke. Board made the save. That might be that. Went to go long for Smart. Malloy nodded it on, only to Duffy. Hearts are going to hang on, and they are going to hit the top 3. Once again, close but not quite for Northern Phoenix, who led early, who led in the second half, and then trailed when it mattered most. Carlton Heart get themselves into the top three for the time being. Full time from the early kickoff. Carlton Heart 5, Northern Phoenix 4.
We're the Champ Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal. We're the Champ Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that, our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
We're signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, strikers.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Smarra.
And with a perfect start to the season for a side who've been playing some truly terrific futsal throughout the month of August, it got Costa Manager of the Month as they have made a flying start to Season 2 in 2025. They truly have been the story of the remaining winter weeks and of the opening moments of the campaign. Tonight, they can make it 4 wins on the spin and they can push themselves ever further away from the reigning champions, but also from a Fitzroy side who lurk in the background, waiting for them to slip up. For Melbourne Aku, they have an opportunity tonight to get their season back on track, to get themselves within 2 points of Hidleberg and currently of the top before Fitzroy take to court later this evening, and to make this a proper 3-horse race for the title already in the early weeks of the season. However, Sydney Allen is looking to make sure that doesn't come easily, driving at Sophie Williams, who makes a good challenge. 1 win and a draw, an undefeated start for QEMU's side, albeit not the way in which they would have wanted to go. Without the opportunity to reply to a draw with Northern Phoenix last week, they now have to come and make tonight their own if they are to get themselves truly up and running for the campaign and get themselves towards the forefront of the title picture. Heidelberg have an early corner. They're looking to make hay in the early exchanges, but Saki Nagai might be going the other way. Driving at Chincotta, gave it to Molly Burke. Salakidis with an important flick, and Tanaka in time comes across the clear. Lengthy team talk to start this game prior to kick-off from Costa Giamantopoulos as well as QEMU, both managers already understanding the importance of this game, merely a month into the season. One where Heidelberg have turned heads, whereas Melbourne Aku's march has been slightly halted, having dropped a couple of points already, albeit that they have only played a duo of games. A lot of possibilities. assess for either side tonight. They could perhaps reaffirm, for those in yellow, title credentials. And for Aku, they've already got ground to make up, and they can ill afford to lose out on any more territory to an already racing league leaders. Daly, who was hustled by Hugh Beak, got it out to Chincotta. Touched it back for Tanaka. Sydney Allen in for Chincotta, who spun wonderfully, and as Rebecca Yee came, Chincotta only poked her effort wide, but Hidleberg carved straight through Melbourne Aku and created themselves an early opportunity. The first warning shot fired by the league leaders. As Salakidis was a touch too overzealous to make that challenge on Saki Nagai. They, of course, with grit, ground out a 2-1 win over Northern Phoenix last time in a result that wasn't pretty, but it was 3 points. Salakidis on the charge with an advantage. Hubik blocked that out. Heidelberg will keep it, and a rolling foul for Aku just at the halting of the start of that counter-attack. Heidelberg having a lot of the early possession have created the first real look of the game, the first big chance. Salakidis down the line for Allen, who can't get away from Williams. Salakidis tried to steer one to Tanaka. Hubik was in the way. Now Nagai can go on the charge around Chincotta. Saki Nagai shifting and gliding inside and clipping into the palms of Paige Daly. Sydney Allen has got away from Williams, and Hubik's slide is a crucial one in retreat. Heidelberg have a corner, but they had another huge chance to get the opening goal. Allen quickly. Chincotta through Hubik. Burke didn't know a lot about it on the block that she made. And now breaks for her. And while trying to belt it down the line for Hubik, only found touch. Frantic start. And the defending two-time title winners have been on the back foot for almost all of it. The bench for QEMU's side tonight, one of immense firepower, however, and immense quality. Yuka Sato, Yamashita, Clarissa Allerton, all not named in the starting lineup, however, all, you suggest, are going to have an important impact as the evening goes on. A seriously packed bench for QEMU's side, and for Costa Gym and Topless and Heidelberg, it's a similar story. Amy Whiting on the bench, Mariella Bagang. Plenty of quality and depth, which has been a big part of why they are where they are. But Molly Burke has drilled it low through Tanaka's legs, under Daly and in. And having had to weather the storm, Melbourne Aku land the first meaningful blow. Stroke of fortune in the way that it found the net. However, QEMU's side will not care one bit. They have their breakthrough, they have the lead, and are on the charge perhaps to make it 2. Hubik lost out to Chincotta, then won it back. Burke, the guy, brilliant save from Daly at the near post. What a super stop, and a crucial one. Chincotta down the line for Allen, who switched it for Salakidis. Tanaka had peeled away, Chincotta had 2. Salakidis wanted Allen, but it had too much on it. Heidelberg themselves now wanting a quick fire return. Williams, Hubik. Molly Burke gave it away to Chincotta, who's had a tidy start. Allen tried to thread it back through. A couple of appeals for a corner, mainly from Chincotta, waved away. Burke did well not to interfere with it. Rebecca Yee looked long. The guy with a lovely touch. Hubik made it work, and then on the slide forces another dynamic save from Daly, who was at full stretch and was able to fling a leg out and make a good save. Burke, the guy again wasn't far away. Inches from adding another. And Melbourne Aku, certainly when they go forward, are in the mood. Heidelberg's turn perhaps to hang in there a little bit. Sydney Allen into Salakidis, who couldn't turn away from Burke. In retreat, nearly fouled Nagai, who's got away from Fatinos, Allerton, Williams, Burke. Aku trying to rotate a yard. Nagai hustled by Allen, and Salakidis won the ball. Tanaka could go the other way. Had room to drive in. Nagai was ever so quick in retreat. Salakidis. Tanaka. In for Allen. Molly Burke made a strong challenge. Just a chance, perhaps, to take some sting out of what has been a free-flowing 4 minutes. Burke. Saki Nagai. Face-to-face with Salakidis. Wanted Williams, who obliged her with a run. Williams in for Burke, who kept it away from Fatinos. Allerton. Nagai. Speared it. Williams had got around as well. It was a beauty of a ball. So just wasn't able to turn it beyond Daly, who again was alert and flung it on for Fatinos, who wasn't able to make a clean connection. Heidelberg utilising a more direct route towards goal. The guy lunged in on Allen, who got it away to Fatinos. Bagang. Tanaka, who was allowed to turn. Allen wanted to clip it for Fatinos, but again, it was just a fraction behind her.
And what's your favourite type of fraction, Ethan?
Josh Fusco's first involvement of the evening. In this game, perhaps. Burke's giveaway. Fatinos has got a yard and has stabbed it just wide. Opened up invitingly for her. The stab had wrong-footed Rebecca Yee as well. It just didn't nestle in the net as she would have liked it to. Burke, beauty of a ball for Allerton. Tried to switch it into Nagai. Tanaka read it best. And then turned Saki Nagai. Bagang. Down the line for Sydney Allen, who shifted a yard. Allen, Rebecca Yee with a strong parry, but Heidelberg, having been under the pump early, are now starting to find their feet. Tanaka's side ball. Saki Nagai just reminded that she needed to retreat an extra yard. Bagang from it, fizzed it low. Rebecca Yee alert to it. Tanaka hot on the press and did well not to let Nagai out. Already a few huge moments at the start of a game that has the potential to be the most pivotal so far this season. One which it's advantage Aku for the time being. Bagang back for Daly. Heidelberg thought about a change. Bagang, whose footing was loose and it allowed Yamashita to win it back. On for Nagai, who's around Tanaka, who got a touch. Daly readjusted well, and Yamashita couldn't turn it in because Bagang had shut the door superbly. A brilliant reflex save from Paige Daly initially, and Mariella Bagang bravely readjusted herself in order to stifle out the danger. Bagang's giveaway. Sato was in. Daly on the dive made the save for Tinos as well. Defensively covered. Allen to take it away. Has runners left and right. Has speared it on terrifically. Heidelberg could be in. And are in for a dangerously close opportunity. Once again, desperately close to an equaliser. Mibe Tanaka nearly turned it in at the near post. As Molly Burke clears her lines, and I am joined by Tyler Lewis on commentary for perhaps a pivotal game in the title race already, Tyler.
Yeah, mate. Like, Aku dropped points against us a couple of weeks ago. They had the bye, so coming against Heidelberg, sitting top of the table. Fitzroy are probably watching this one with open arms at the moment because any result here for either team makes Fitzroy stronger for this season.
At the moment, Melbourne Aku are closing that gap at the top right up.
Well, they need to. They can't afford to drop any more points. Like, not until they play Fitzroy anyway. Like, it's just going to be one of those seasons. Shortened season makes it makes every game more valuable.
Certainly an emphasis on points. And Allerton has won it off Fatinos, has rolled it into Sato, who's tried to shift around Bagang not once but twice. Allerton, Sato, who still couldn't get a shot away because Bagang did brilliantly. Allen intervened as well. Bagang once more. Fatinos was on the charge, but it was a fraction behind her. And as it stands, Melbourne Aku would move second, within 2 points of Hidleberg. That is, of course, before the final game tonight.
And Hidleberg haven't had their bye yet either. Aku have.
That as well. They would have a game in hand too, QEMU's side. Allerton. Allen with a good read and is on the charge as Tanaka up with her. Mibe Tanaka forced wide, tried to cut it back. Allen might make it work, but Allerton in retreat with a good challenge.
She's probably going to be the pick-up of the season for them, Felicia Allerton. She best and fairest last season, went very close to MVP, so really, really unlucky not to get it.
Costa Diamantopoulos shuffling the pack. Amy Whiting's first involvement took a touch of Allerton and Fatinos couldn't turn it in. It was drilled towards goal. And Fatinos, who was arriving at the back stick, just couldn't find the finishing touch. But once again, they have come close. Another in a real littering of Heidelberg chances in this first half. None of which for them have been taken. Perhaps some demons of seasons gone by starting to play on them a touch. Sato, Allerton. Going to get around Whiting, who got a deflection on it and took the sting out of it for Paige Daly, who was quickly on for Fatinos, whose touch was flicked over and into Rebecca Yee's palms. Sato. Yamashita. Allerton. Back for Sato once more. Melbourne Aku really wanting to turn the screw. Bomford dropped it in. That's a lovely read from Tanaka. Bagang's touch sold Fatinos short. Tanaka picked it up. And with room to drive, had a go. It was an awkward one for Rebecca Yee, who made that look a much more simple save than it was. Sato. Yamashita. Lovely 1-2 between those two. Again, trying to break their way through what has become a bit of a yellow wall. Sato. Allerton. Sato once more, speared it into Bomford, who got the turn. Couldn't get through Tanaka. And long for Mibe Tanaka, who had ventured round. Daly went direct.
What a throw.
And it was nearly, ever so nearly, one which paid dividends. Tanaka in retreat. Got it away from Sato. Taken quickly. Bomford again wanting to turn. Back from Sato. Bagang was the one who is just forcing Melbourne Aku back at the moment. Bomford once again, not around Bagang.
There's no sting in this game. There's no real intensity. It's very, very flat from both teams at the moment. Interesting to see who wants to kick it up a gear will probably start taking a stranglehold of the game.
You can feel the caginess already around this game. As Tyler has just alluded to. Neither side really going full throttle just yet. It's a very cautious approach. But Bomford with a spin away from Bagang. First real look, she's had a goal and wasn't able to steer it closer to Daly.
Okay, so it's because there's a hair tie around the wrist, just the stoppage there. You can't have a hair tie around. You can't have anything on your wrist except for tape.
Sadakidis put it through the legs a few beat, but wasn't able to find Whiting.
Copped a little push there. Nothing given though. Referees determined, decided this game is they're going to allow to be physical.
Williams on for Hugh Beak. Tried to steer it down the line. Tanaka came across to clear.
In saying that as well, I think the physical game suits Heidelberg more than what it does Aku. Aku like to move the ball with speed. Heidelberg are a very, very cagey team most weeks. Like they like the physical, they like the contest.
Bomford turned away from Whiting. Had a launch. Daly had to parry it. Tanaka was the first to react. Emily Tanaka tried to turn it to Mibe. But once again, they just can't get out. Can this Heidelberg side? Becky E went long. Saki Nagai, hustled by Agawa. One for Williams. Nagai once more, who's dropped deepest. Williams has got a yard and drilled it towards Daly at the near post to win a corner. Corner taken quickly and drilled low by Nagai. Sato on the following. And Agawa did just enough to put her off.
Mate, Baz is giving you a stick on the bench, by the way. Love it. I don't even mind. She's just giving it to your life right now. The best thing about having commentary right next to the benches is just like you hear these little bits and pieces. It's great.
We'll have to go and have a word with Mariella for gang at half time.
This is what I missed it. Like, this is one of the best things about coming here, like, for commentary. At Tomo, you're very much away from the action when when Peter decided to put the press spot room in. So, I love being on the sideline. I love hearing them whinge. It's great.
You're always nice and vocal with us as well.
I have a bit of fun with you. It's just how it works.
Ever North of Phoenix are in action. Tyler Lewis comes straight over to the commentary box.
I just like giving you hell. It's
The
great.
guy with a lovely loft towards you, Beak.
Really good body use there. Allows her to go on the counter. She goes now. She's going to look for the pass. Finds it to Whiting. Whiting going to turn it over, but it bounces back to Heidelberg. No foul given, and it does roll into the arms of Rebecca Yee.
Broke fortuitously for Agawa, who couldn't work an angle for a shot, and the guy lost out to Salakidis. Mibe Tanaka. Had Agawa one way, Whiting the other, went on a twisting and turning run. Whiting just about kept it. Tanaka, Agawa. Salakidis with a lovely spin, and Rebecca Yee with a brilliant save down low. Heidelberg have a corner, but Salakidis turned terrifically and was ever so close.
Yee did the right thing. She comes out there, takes away the space. Didn't know much about the save. It really did just hit her, but like as a goalkeeper, it doesn't matter.
Agawa wasn't able to find it to Whiting at the back post, and the guy on the other way. Williams one way. There's a brilliant save from Daly. Tanaka tried to shut the door, recycled out for Hugh Beak, who shifted away from Salakidis and hit the bar. Sato on the following makes it 2. Melbourne Aku, having gone on the break, made hay, and Hugh Beak's effort, which hammered into the bar, was stifled on by Sato, who smashed in the rebound.
I don't want to take away the goal. The goal's great, but the blue padding on the goal actually allows that to happen, because that shot would have bounced further away if it wasn't for the padding on the goal.
Heidelberg looking for a quick reply, and they nearly had one with Tanaka. Rebecca Yee got down and made a good save.
Playing well, Beck.
Williams onto Hugh Beak. Tried to thread it. Emily Tanaka with a good read. Decided to go alone and drilled it wide.
Just get my eardrums back. Sorry for the listeners at home.
Really wasn't far away.
We're here for a bit of fun as well, Ethan.
The guy with a deft touch got it through to Burke, who fizzed it for Hugh Beak. A real bundle with her and Salakidis. Tanaka there too. Ooh. One then the other. And a guy with a massive slide. As Salakidis came away with it, not once but twice, did Saki Nagai slide in on Heidelberg's skipper.
Really close not to like hit it, like make contact there. That was very, very close.
Salakidis with 2 to beat. Got it round for Jarrett Smith, who couldn't get it beyond Burke, but did make the challenge in retreat. Burke. On for Nagai. And Williams. Aku just slowing it down a fraction. Saki Nagai. Couldn't get it beyond Tanaka. Still has it, worked it back for Williams. Where Emily blocked one, Mibe blocks the other.
You know what I love right now? Molly Burke's got the armband. Just deserving of it. She's a great leader on and off the court, so really good to see her with the armband in the absence of Jess.
If you have a corner, Captain Burke is lurking deepest of them all. Williams. On for Nagai. And trying to turn their way through Heidelberg.
Oh.
1-2 with you, Beak was superb. That's a wonderful goal. Brilliantly shifted through the gears and tidily finished in a trice. And Costa wants timeout.
Needs it after that. They've been very, very flat ever since the second goal. But
Heidelberg concede 2 in a hurry. And now call the game's first time out. In the season's first real flashpoint, Melbourne Aku hold an advantage. They lead Heidelberg by 3-0. We return from timeout for the first time tonight, where Heidelberg had been holding solid, had been holding their own against the reigning champions. They were hit with a quick 1-2 punch and now have work to do. Jarrett Smith was looking to make a start on it, but Williams shut the door on her as she tried to drive down the line. And since they found that opening goal, certainly since the second, Aku have gone into control this game more. Nagai through Emily Tanaka's legs. Chincotta did well. Jarrett Smith on for Allen, who's wriggled away from 2. Turned it back for Jarrett Smith, who tried the return, and Williams read that superbly. Terrific piece of defending. Otherwise, Jarrett Smith might have been in to pull one back, and Molly Burke belts it away.
good timeout from Costa. They come back with a bit of intensity, a bit of fire.
Timing always of the essence in games like this. Tanaka tried to turn that into Sydney Allen. Wasn't quite able to.
It's good to see Hidleberg have a bench. Good to see Aku have a bench too.
Both sides. Certainly not short of personnel this evening.
Unlike
And you need them on a night like this.
yeah, unlike the first game.
The first game had a few late arrivals, let's say.
I don't know. Father's Day, last outdoor game of the season, and we still have 5 o'clock games. Don't know. I think the commission made a mistake there.
Certainly a bunch of circumstances which played a part in that. And a lot of those final games as well all kick off at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, that was like they all started at 3 o'clock. They have to. So it made it a bit hard. Everyone was rushing here. Beck Davies came late. Annabelle came late.
As is the tradition for many a football league around the world. 3 o'clock kick-off on the final day.
It started because of like Premier League, didn't it? Yeah. You lot started doing it, didn't you?
As always, the Brits were the trendsetters.
Set some trends, not a lot of them good, mate.
Saki Nagai. Back to Molly Burke. He wanted to go down the line for Yamashita, wasn't quite able to. It's because of the blackout, if you really want to know.
Yeah. Well,
In England, there's a 3 o'clock blackout on any live televised games to invite fans and supporters to go to the grounds and to keep up the culture that they've built there?
They used to do that with AFL games. They used to have it so that no Victorian game would be shown in Victoria at the kickoff. Carlton's asking for a penalty. It is a subbing infringement, so someone here will receive a yellow card. It will be Banford, who makes her debut. I haven't seen her before, so I'm assuming it's her first game.
Bamford's first Aku outing for the season, certainly.
So
Also for the calendar year.
makes her. That's right. You are correct. So
There's Melbourne Aku. And Rebecca Yee in particular told to wait on the whistle.
yes.
Now they get to restart things.
Yeah, you have to wait for the whistle to restart the play. If the play is called dead and the referee's entered the court, you have to wait on a restart whistle to start. If the referee hasn't, what a touch. As Burke going to look to fire away, does on Daly. Can we follow it up? No. As Hidleberg looks to clear their lines, they do. Allerton now go one-on-one, loses out. Allen's on the far side if she can find it. She does, has a shot and goes wide.
Yet another opportunity for Heidelberg on the break. Chincotta's clip was a good one. Allen just couldn't apply the finishing touch and they went end to end. Bamford, who did brilliantly initially, this time loses out.
I'm out of breath. It takes a bit.
I think we all need a moment to breathe.
It takes a bit out of you when you start doing the fast commentary when the play is moving really quickly. Don't know how you guys do it on a Friday, to be honest.
Daly wanted to loft it long. Allerton saw it out. It's a real trick of the trade, Tyler.
Hey, Rodrigo.
Fizzed in. Bamford, again with a deft touch, on for Yamashita, who just had Allerton arriving, gave the return for Bamford, who went the flick. Tanaka, who didn't initially know too much about it, cleared it to safety, only as far as Burke. His ball was a fraction behind Allerton. Allen on the press did well. And Allerton
Did even better.
was her equal on that occasion. Brilliant challenge. Burke, Bamford, brilliant around Pagang, has an option at the back stick, and drilled it in herself!
Well, this is the Yaku we're used to. Putting in goals for fun. And Heidelberg, who are sitting on top of the table, don't look like they can match it tonight.
Beautiful futsal from Bamford. The turn of pace was so sharp.
The touch, like, we said it a lot in the Phoenix and Hart game. A lot of them are outdoor focused players. The trick is not to dive in on them and give them that bit of space and let them run at you a little bit more. The more you dive in on them, that's what they're trained to do, is make the turn and touch and go away.
It's just that little change, isn't it, in the coaching? It's to open up always, whenever you get the opportunity, and then play from there. And that invites them to touch, turn, and go in rapid succession. Something Bamford did to beautiful effect.
And then to finish it on the left foot.
Heidelberg really in search of a way back into this game. Bagang for Chincotta. Allen tried to get around Yamashita the first time, lost out the second. Sato wanted to win it. Chincotta in retreat did well. Bagang, her return sold Chincotta short and Sato's in behind. Yamashita was lurking. Sato still somehow got it through everybody. Superb from Sato, who just didn't have the runner at the back post to go with her and finish the move.
This is a beautiful play. Like, I'm sitting here, like, mouth open a little bit, because it's like the fight. She doesn't care where the ball is. She wants to win it. Sato, she's doing it really well.
Chincotta gave it away to Yamashita, who's given it on to Bamford, who's got room to break away into. Bamford goes again. And Daly blocks the angle out at the near post, flings it long for Allen. Rebecca Yee came and did very well to do so. Judged it to perfection. Gave it to Sato quickly. Bamford couldn't turn away from Chincotta. Tanaka, Allen, Chincotta gave the return for Sydney Allen, who wanted something to chase, but that one was just a fraction too heavy.
Yeah, there's a trick to that throw that Daly tried to use. And instead of throwing overarm with your full force, most keepers will try and go underarm and take a bit of the pace off the ball so they can run onto it a little bit more easily.
Bamford, good read by Mibe Tanaka, who's got Emily Tanaka up with her. Mibe goes alone, it took a bobble as well.
For some reason, the ball is just dipping right before it hits the keeper. It's like a bit of a knuckle on the ball, but it doesn't happen with futsal balls. It's near impossible.
Also, when she went to strike it, it just took a bobble on the instep before the shot off that foot, which then allowed it to sit up.
It's very, very odd, like, because it's not the first time we've seen it in this game. It's the second time, like, that Bex had to save, or Rebecca Ears had to save one like that, where it's just dipped right in front of her, and very hard to judge sometimes. Do you go with legs? Do you drop down to it? Very hard.
Some very smart stops from Rebecca Ears so far. Allen lost out to Sato. Libe Tanaka's got Bamford and nearly turned straight into her. Bamford picked her pocket, went around Daly, too far round Daly. Cut it back for Sato. And Daly's able to claim that. And that looked rather uncomfortable.
Hidleberg escape, and yeah, that's one right in the middle riff. Like, that's going to take a moment. If she's smart, when goalkeepers do get winded, the referee will stop the game if you just sit down for a moment, and they'll let you catch your breath back.
Sato tried to shift the weight from Tanaka. Yamashita gave it back to her. Hidleberg go on the high press. Sato, who was starved of options, got it out to Yamashita. Now Bamford. He tried to clip it in return, but only found the hands of Daly.
And they're going to look to play it out from the back here. They're turning it over, they're forcing it. They're forcing just a little bit too much. They're not looking to open themselves up and let the runners move into open play, into open space. It's very quick, but Aku are doing a really good job of actually taking away that space and winning the ball back up high, as we see another turnover there from Hidleberg up high that ends in a shot, which Daly has to deal with.
QEMU's high press certainly been incredibly well organised tonight.
When you consider both teams are high pressing, like, one's doing it way better than the other one at this moment in time.
Sato, Allerton, Bamford, oh, brilliant return. Allerton just wasn't able to get on it.
Bamford's scary, man. She's happy to play that 1-2. Very good hold-up target too.
One Tanaka to the other. Now Allen. Lovely return from Emily Tanaka. Sydney Allen wanted to go on the drive, but Bamford cut it out.
And sorry to interrupt you, but you see the difference there. Hidleberg want to do the 1-2, but Aku straight away, hands on chest, not allowing the player to go through. Nothing wrong with it. You're allowed to hold your own space in futsal. So, and they've done it well because they won't allow a Hidleberg runner to come through. We're out a hand on them.
Daly with loft for Fatinos, who lost out to Nagai. Sato. 1-2 between those two. Drilled it down the line for Hugh Beak. He wasn't able to get round Salakidis.
Used a body roll there. Like, you're allowed to create space for yourself using your body. She does it well. It's probably one of the better attributes she has, is to be able to use her body in a way that she can create space for herself on the ball.
Nagai.
It's an acquired skill.
Back for Williams. Aku again. Just keeping Hidleberg exactly where they want them at the moment. Chances have been few and far between away from the first 5 minutes for Costa's side. And perhaps this is Melbourne Aku's first authoritative entry. That's a beauty of a ball from Williams as well. Just a fraction away from Nagai. But it was speared and just wonderfully played. It's not often that some of us stumble over our words, but that was a super ball. And as is that from Hugh Beak to give Williams one to chase. A touch let her down on that occasion. Just ran out of room. Daly quickly on for Allen. Lovely switch for Salakidis, who's got a yard and has fizzed it into Rebecca Yee, who parried and then picked it up. Nagai. Back for Williams. Hugh Beak. Switched it again for Saki Nagai. Sato wasn't able to find the return. Salakidis. Heidelberg inside the final 2 minutes of the first half. If they are to make a contest of this, need to get a move on. Allen did well. Gave it to Fatinos, and Williams superbly came across to make the block. Brilliant read.
That's why she's a futsal fan. White fan.
An international pedigree from the New Zealander. Allen. This time away from Williams. Tried to go around Rebecca Yee. Fatinos flashed it. Yee made a good save. Returned it for Allen. They got one back. And it has been coming. Heidelberg, who have been knocking on the door, who have not had the run of it in the first half, now have an interest.
Slack defense there by Aku. Rebecca Yee had to save 2 shots, and then try and save the third. She's off balance on everyone she saves. So Aku will be disappointed in that. They didn't clear their lines at all.
Burke down the line for Nagai. He tried to go round Salakidis. Fatinos came across just to make sure. Final minute to half time. In the first real flashpoint towards the top of the table this season. Aku have a corner. Hubeek, Nagai. Back for Mary Hubeek, who sliced across it when she went to strike it. Didn't quite catch that as sweetly as she would have liked. Salakidis. Tanaka. Allen. Waited for Mibe Tanaka's run, and it might break fortuitously for Hubeek. He's happy to recycle for Nagai. The clock Aku's friend. Heidelberg might have to force something, if they are, to have half the deficit in total by the break. Hubeek. Burke. Williams. Away from Salakidis, away from Allen, did superbly. Burke. Nearly sold Hubeek short. Fatinos wanted in. Allen on the turn. Rebecca Yee came. Heidelberg got 2.
And Allen's hurt, by the way.
Sydney Allen in some pain. Fatinos followed it in.
He's holding a knee.
Deficit half before half time, but perhaps on a sour note.
No, that don't look good.
Sydney Allen clutching her knee, which is never a good sign. And she was collateral damage as Rebecca Yee came out to make the challenge. Thankfully, back up on her feet and walking without too much discomfort.
No, there's a bit there. She's going to struggle the rest of the game. That's one of those ones that sees the front of her knee. She's going to be limping. Hopefully there's no long-term damage. It's just a knock.
They're always an awful one as well.
Those ones are scary, man. Like coming out, keep it coming out to you. Both players fearless.
Sydney Allen's bravery is rewarded in the dying embers of the first half. Thankfully, she seems all right, which is the main thing.
Yeah, hopefully she can run it off. She might be very sore tomorrow, though.
Certainly moving a touch gingerly as the first half concludes, and one where Aku blew Heidelberg away into a violet haze early. The league leaders then clawed 2 back to make sure that we have a game on our hands. Half time, it's Heidelberg 2, Melbourne Aku 4.
We're the Chair Punters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to Futsal and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right.
We're signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, strikers.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Smarra.
We return from half-time with a game that well and truly swung in its final few minutes of the first period. Melbourne Aku, who were looking like marching towards 3 points, marching towards being within 2 points of the top, now have something to think about. Hidleberg, in the final 2 minutes of the half, halved the deficit and all of a sudden are within 2. Bit of spirited effort from Costa's side, who are starting to show what they might be about this season. A first real tango between 2 of the league's top 3, and we've got a real contest as Molly Burke is on the charge forward. Gave it back to Allerton. Tyler, this should be a rather interesting second half.
Considering that I've played both these teams, not played, coached against both these teams. One we drew 4-4 with, and the other one we lost 2-1 to. Should be a really good game. And we're experiencing it. Aku have brought reinforcements this week for the first time this season. And Hidleberg seem to have brought reinforcements this week. Goes to show you the quality of the league has increased in the top end of the table anyway.
It's certainly a much more distributed level of quality towards the top end of this division. You look at it and you think that there are 5 teams, you would safely say, that could possibly run each other close this season.
Potentially 6.
Potentially 6.
Yeah. Which, in a 7-team league, pretty impressive. I mean, Hart won tonight by a goal. They lost to Fitzroy by 2 last week. It's really tight. And it just takes a couple of decisions to go your way for a game to change.
The only thing of certainty is that nothing is certain. Daily.
Yeah, not really in this league at the moment. Even the men's league, man. There's been some really surprising results the entire year. The entire season so far.
Fatinos with a good read against Burke. Allerton came across, made a tidy challenge, nearly squeezed it through to the guys. Salakidis did superbly to read it, and then just had to clear her lines.
She wore one there. She's limping now too a little bit.
Melbourne Aku kept the high press as well.
That's how Aku are winning the ball back. They've caused a lot of turnovers because of it. So,
against the side who we've seen have started to integrate playing out from the back as well. They're almost setting the blueprint on how to cause Hidleberg a few issues. Allerton, back for Burke. That's a brilliant ball for Williams, whose touch just made sure that Daly was on pole position. She did superbly to get that amount of space, did the New Zealand international.
unlucky the ball was slightly behind her, which caused her to have to take the extra step. It comes on to her right side of her body. She's able to turn and shoot that on her left.
Perhaps already the second half's first real flashpoint. Rebecca Yee looked long.
Handball.
The guy with the touch. And unfortunately for her, it ricocheted up onto her arm.
Bounced up on her. If it comes off her body onto her arm, then generally let it go. But if it bounces up off the ground, I'll call it. That's the hard thing is, because we get different refs each week, it's hard knowing what each ref is, the tolerance is for certain fouls. So Michael calls those ones, Pascal kind of follows Michael's lead, but Mateo might not call those ones. So they're just the different types of refereeing that we can have each week, which is good in its own right, but also very hard for teams to adjust.
Burke with another brilliantly searching ball for Nagai, who's done well to get in ahead of Salakidis. Now being backed into, surrounded by two, threaded it through Salakidis' legs, but there weren't any on-runners. And Whiting whacks it away.
Yeah, smart decision there. Clears it away, lets the side bring it back in. Lets the side reset defensively. And they're holding really well. They've kept their shape, cutting out plays to the target, which is where Aku's been most dangerous.
Tanaka's flicked back, and Daly couldn't prevent a corner.
No, that was a glancing header. So ones are hard to read as Soto goes well over the bar.
It's set piece. Very well worked the yard to get the shot away. Had the pace, but not quite the precision. Ooh, Fatinos with a lovely step aside and a guy. Tried to go around Sato, only gave it to Burke.
To be honest, the guy's a red card waiting to happen at this moment in time. She's slipping and sliding everywhere. All it takes is to leave her foot up. She's going to collect someone.
Allerton, nearly a brilliant ball. Fatinos with a fantastic read and has got Whiting on the run. Tanaka was centrally. Salakidis was back post, but she wasn't able to get it out of her feet.
It's a little bit too far in front of her. Amy Whiting's the type of player that you want to use her ability as well, which is hold up play, which is what she's really good at. Trying to find her feet. The Salakidis now is going to look to break away. He's going to be interrupted by Allerton, who skips round, but Burke and Soto there to cover really well. They've worked hard for it, and they've worked hard forward, and then they've worked hard defensively. Sorry, I'm just watching people around me do funny things.
Josh Fusco's efforts certainly on which draw attention sometimes. Melbourne Aku's defensive recovery as well, drawing attention of a different kind. It's been superb so far tonight. Sato into Saki Nagai, shifted away from Salakidis. Sato couldn't catch it sweetly. Daly wanted to go quickly. Salakidis. Tanaka tried the 1-2 but sold her skipper short, and now Nagai is going the other way. Not away from Tanaka though, who did well to close the angle and force her down the line, which allowed Salakidis then to come and make the challenge.
Yeah, she's knackered. Salakidis wants off.
Quick substitution for Heidelberg's captain. Bagang in her place. Allerton caught it well. Wasn't a million miles away. It just lacked the whip to trouble Paige Daly.
Don't generally get that with a futsal ball. You don't get that whip. Like, it has to be a shot on target. There's not a lot of movement in a futsal ball, just due to the nature of the weight of the ball.
That curl is certainly a rarity.
Yeah, see a lot of chips because the ball drops a little bit quicker than what it does in outdoor. So
Nagai tried to go around Bagang. Of course, we saw the most fantastic of chips on Friday night. Is there something superb in store on Sunday, potentially? Nagai, who is no stranger to a classy chip goal, this time couldn't get around Bagang. The second half has once again started rather cagey, similar vein to the first.
Yeah, just going to take a goal to break it. Heidelberg are happy to sit back because that's how they scored their goals, which was catching teams on the counter. So that's really what it's going to come down to. Aku are going to have to break something early if they want to open Heidelberg up and to score more goals.
Yamashita lost out to Fatinos, who was momentarily one-on-one. Tanaka was arriving. She tried to turn it into her. And Allerton, in retreat, came across the clear.
Right foot was only for standing on in that scenario. She could have given that one on her right. She had a runner in support in Tanaka. Just didn't come to fruition.
Tanaka wanted to chip that into Chincotta. He gathered it up, and Yamashita's given it away. Tanaka waiting on the runners. Allen was one who was round the other side. Bamford's challenge was a good one the first time, and then the second time. She had Allerton with her, two through the centre. Sato's now making the long stride down the other flank. Bamford tried to battle away from Tanaka, got it to Allerton. Sato. Bamford once more. A lovely ball for Allerton, who did well to keep it alive, but then only cut it back to Chincotta. Tanaka, beauty of a ball. Allen's in, around the ball and off the post. A huge opportunity for Hidleberg to get themselves within one.
She falls. She falls once in those two challenges. It's, credit the honesty. Credit the honesty. I know many people that would have definitely fallen in that scenario.
Sydney Allen did superbly to stay on her feet and was nearly rewarded. Sato around Allen, not away from Tanaka just yet.
She goes in hard, Sato, doesn't she? It's just never say die attitude.
Somebody brings a real energy to QEMU's side.
Something's probably lacked over the last few weeks. Just that energy coming on and off the bench. She wasn't played a lot against us. She was played in patches, and it looks like she obviously impressed QEMU. She's playing a lot more in this game.
Yamashita. Chincotta came across. Was able to make the block. Bamford. Had a lot of brilliant moments in the first half. Gave it to Hugh Beak. Bagang cleared it only as far as Sato. Stepped aside Chincotta.
Ball straight in.
Her and Bamford kept it alive despite not being on the same page. Tanaka made the block and it ricocheted out to Allen. Tanaka recycled it for Bagang. Chincotta gave her an out ball, but Hubik did well to hustle her. Oh, that's a lovely touch from Yamashita. Bamford creating a yard for herself and nearly steered it into the top corner.
She wants it on her right foot. She will have the shot on her left if it's there, but she does want the ball on her right foot.
Tanaka.
Again, the high press of Aku creates a turnover, and they'll have a very dangerous set piece coming up here.
That ball once again just too heavy for Bagang on the return.
Just not watching where the player's moving to, their shift of weight.
Hubik. Bamford might break for Sato. Sydney Allen had to track her all the way and did superbly, even if it meant conceding a corner.
She's working really hard tonight, Sid. Like, she's up and down the court at the moment, which is good. Good to see. She's come back into full fitness.
Certainly seems to have shaken off that injury she sustained on the stroke of half-time. Everything seems to be all right.
Did see her knee. It was extremely red, though. So obviously, there was a lot of contact made.
Sato, cleared by Tanaka. Hubik lets it trickle all the way back to Rebecca Yee to restart things.
Ooh, Beck's getting close to the line.
Went with Loft for Sato.
She's getting close to her own D, though, and she'll create a handball if she's not very careful.
Sydney Allen with another good read. Tanaka turned it round the corner, hoping for Chincotta. Sato in retreat, always on pole position. Hubik with a good enough touch and turn. Got it back from Sato, and then Bagang. Twisting, turning, was on the floor momentarily. Got back up before she played it, to her credit. Chincotta couldn't clip it back to her. And Sato rather just smashed that away.
Did well. Like, one thing you can't do in futsal is trap the ball when you're on the ground. So, she did really well.
Chincotta wanted to go into the channel for Sydney Allen. He didn't oblige her with a run. We head towards the halfway stage of the second half, and so far for QEMU and Melbourne Aku, it's so good. They haven't yet had a Heidelberg storm to weather and have kept relative control.
Sydney Allen going around like two players and keeper and hitting the post is kind of a bit of a storm, Ethan. I will say that. I think you're forgetting about that one. That was classy.
Perhaps washed away from a shower. And Sydney Allen
That was good.
stormed forward. Who knows, that could be a sliding doors moment. The floodgates may have opened had that gone in.
I think realistically these guys are, or I should say these girls are very much just waiting for someone to make a mistake. As soon as that mistake happens, they're all trying to pounce on it, which is smart, but they're not creating a lot for themselves. This game has been a lot more about counter-attacking than what it has creating your own set movement.
Tanaka was tidy.
Gave away the foul.
Too eager to win it off Williams.
Williams smart, just put her body in the right position, allowed herself to be kicked a couple of times, and
It's once again, it just slows the game down.
they don't need to score again. They're winning. Hidleberg are the ones that need to step up.
Keeps the game on Aku's tempo, certainly. By slowing it down and by not allowing Heidelberg to keep going, because the longer the ball stays in play and stays live, that's where the momentum builds.
Heidelberg are way more dangerous, like in a quicker tempo game. The more they slow it down, the more it benefits Aku. Aku don't like the quick, fast game. Normally, they like to have their own build-up play, make the most of the mistakes of the other teams they play against.
That's one from Salakidis, who's given it to Bamford, away from Allen, and Daly made a good save to spare her blushes.
Just to reiterate the point, Aku are dangerous, letting the other team make the mistake and then capitalising on it. Fortunately, that one doesn't go on the back of the net for Aku fans, but shows how dangerous they can be.
And they have a corner. And perhaps an opportunity to make the most of the momentum they've been building. Burke on for Hugh Beak, who had Tanaka for company. Bamford wanted the return. Nearly dropped for Allen. But Bamford, once again, just made sure that the path forward was blocked. Hugh Beak restarts. Smolly Burke speared it into Bamford. He once more wanted to go at Tanaka, shrugged her off. Burke, Williams, with a lovely switch for Hugh Beak. Surrounded by a yellow wall, Burke. Hugh Beak once more, this time face to face with Sydney Allen.
Sydney just telling Mary she can go down the line if she wants. Happy to let her go down the line onto her left foot. Just didn't want her to cut in. Couldn't have made it any more obvious, Sid. Loved it.
Jarrett Smith, another giveaway. Williams, nearly, ever so nearly, was the one to capitalise. And Daly judged that to perfection. Quickly went on for Allen, who's given away to Burke. Beauty of a ball to find Williams, who got it out of her feet eventually, but not before Tanaka forced her to retreat. Burke, Hugh Beak. Again, Melbourne Aku have the time to slow it down. Bamford, Williams. Waited on Hugh Beak to drop off. She's got Burke on the switch. Williams. Bamford was nearly a brilliant move, given away to Allen. He wanted room to roam. Jarrett Smith tried to stab it back to her, and Burke's happy to hear and clear it away.
The pace of the game has just picked up slightly, Ethan, so I'm sure we'll see a goal here in the next minute or two.
Jarrett Smith. Allen. Into Tanaka, who's trying to twist and turn away from trouble, and the guy with a good challenge. Burke, Hugh Beak. Salakidis came across.
Touches is way too far in front of her. She used correct futsal technique, but just put it way too far in front of herself and allowed Salakidis to come away and take it off her.
Burke on for Williams. There's fine margins in a game like this. Always seem to have the most spotlight and the most impact as well. Every touch scrutinised when you are right at the very top.
It is, like, mistakes matter, like, in these games, a lot. They matter a lot, because that one mistake you make could cost you the game.
Williams came across to deny Allen and had to concede a corner. Heidelberg perhaps starting to turn the screw. Allen with loft. Tanaka took a tumble. Jarrett Smith made it first time. And Yi parried it in order to take the sting out. And then pick it up without any on-rushers. Burke nearly gave it away to Tanaka, who did well to shut the path.
Perfect.
Williams with fizz. Too much fizz for Nagai. Both teams now looking to go a bit more direct. Daly wanted Jarrett Smith, who does give Heidelberg that option.
Yes and no. I don't think in a game like this that Jarrett Smith's going to be as effective as she normally is, just because Aku right now have a very quick lineup on with Soto and Nagai. So I think the more she tries to hold the ball up, the more likely they are to get a counter-attack. Aku, that is, will likely get a counter-attack off it.
And Tanaka, who had turned tidily, then could only find touch while trying to thread it through the lines. Nagai, who was all on her own, lost out to Allen, who then turned into trouble. Molly Burks won it back. Nagai's up with her. Daly with a super save. Sydney Allen slow to get back up, but she is now. Sato wanted to shift it away from Jarrett Smith, and it wasn't far away.
Little kick out there from Allen too. I don't know if you noticed it. A little frustration kick out on the tackle. So didn't make contact, but obviously the referees missed it slightly.
Tanaka with a much tidier challenge. Sato happy to keep it though.
Yeah, Allen's very much getting frustrated in this game. Hasn't been given a lot of space in the second half, especially.
Something Heidelberg can ill afford is to get frustrated at a time like this. When you're going up at the top of the table, when you in particular are the league leaders, keeping your cool matters more. And if there's any team who knows that better than any in the last 2 seasons, it's the ones they're playing right now. Allerton wanted to go over the top, but it'll again just trickle back for Daly.
Heidelberg are going to have a tough few weeks as well. They've got Aku, and I believe they've got Fitzroy in the next couple as well. So like they're going to be under a bit of pressure.
Salakidis' touch. Tried to turn away from Sato. And only gave it away. Sato wanted Allerton, found Rebecca Yee instead. Nagai turned it into Sato superbly. Who wriggled away from Salakidis. Burke. Sato. This time, however, was not beyond the Heidelberg skipper. Inside the final 10 minutes of this second half, approaching the final 5, you get the feeling that if Heidelberg are to turn this game on its head, it might have to come soon. The kitchen sink might need to start thinking about being thrown. Allen tried to work it wide for Salakidis, but once again, the move breaks down. Allerton, Burke, Sato. And this now, a time situation as well that suits Aku, and Sato's picked Allen's pocket, has gone on her own, and Daly has made another critical stop.
One-on-ones. She comes out, takes away the space. And Sato just kicked it at her, to be honest. She had way more time than what she realised.
Nagai back for Sato, stabbed it into Salakidis. Nagai made a mess of it! And then followed it in on the second attempt and found the net. And Melbourne Aku have made pressure pay off and have the breathing room back that they wanted.
It's unlucky, Paige, unlucky. It's extremely unlucky for Paige. She's played well. That one let you down a lot. It's not her fault either. Like, it just takes the stop off Salakidis, and Paige did well to react to it in the first place, but just not quick enough in that scenario.
It was a devilish deflection. One which Daly got down well to. Once again, misfortune has hit the league leaders, who now have it all to do. With 7 minutes remaining.
They might not be the league leaders after the next game.
Allen, Rebecca, that's a beauty of a save onto the post. Didn't know too much about it. It went through bodies and was able to touch it onto the frame. Daly went long. Rebecca Yee came, didn't get there before Tanaka did. Allerton helped her close the door. Yamashita too. Allen picked it up. Tried to turn it towards Tanaka, who was crowded out by a sea of violet. It's now Yee's turn to go direct. Nagai flung a leg at it. Any contact and Daly would have had something to do. One way to the other, end to end. And it results in a Heidelberg side ball. Interesting take at the moment. Neither side has exercised the timeout in this second half.
Aku don't need to. And Hidleberg will probably issue it now.
Costa on cue. Hands over his placard. Salakidis prior to the side ball. The official was handed a timeout. And Hidleberg will now have it. They have it all to do. Aku with the only goal of the second half so far, as it's Hidleberg 2, Melbourne Aku 5. We return from timeout. The first time in the second half, Hidleberg, who have it all to do, have had their final team talk of the evening. Daly. They cleared it into Hugh Beak for Tinos in retreat. Came across, perhaps they might have the opportunity for one more if Melbourne Aku do play the timeout, which I'm sure, Tyler, is the point you were about to make.
It was. Could have learned the game, you think, come on.
Gower found Tanaka, whose touch was too heavy.
It looks like, though, Hidleberg are going to play a little bit of fly keeper. So, see how much Daly enters the Aku half.
Yamashita with a lovely ball to Nagai, who couldn't find a way beyond the Gower. But that does seem to be the case. If that side ball is anything to go off, Paige Daly could certainly be playing fly for the remainder of this game, where they search for a trio of goals. Nagai, again met by a Gower, went back for Yamashita, tried to stab it through for Hugh Beak, wasn't able to find her.
Looks like they're going to use Paige Daly here on the side ball yet again. Beak's going to look to cut it, does, but anyone that knows Daly knows she's left-footed, and you want to cut her left foot because she's always going to turn back towards her left side.
That one also rattled off the railing too.
Yeah, I hate that thing.
Fizzed into Hugh Beak, who took it down deftly. Yamashita wins a corner via Tanaka.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the railing. I have two keepers that hate the railing. Hate it with a passion.
Sure, all keepers probably suffered some misfortune at the hands of it.
I did last season. It's the worst thing in the world because it's straight in the arc of the throw too. You don't want to throw a loopy one over the top necessarily. You want a nice strong one that has a good arc on it so you can get over the defender. As Aku look to take away with Habik, who she tries to skip round one, but Allen does really well to win it back. Habik wins it back herself, and looks like it's going to be out for a side ball.
Tinos wasn't able to find a way through. And Aku once more gets to keep possession in a time where running down the clock works just fine for them. Williams on for Hugh Beak. Down the line for Allerton. That's a beauty of a return. Hugh Beak, Yamashita.
Should be able to keep that.
Got away from Allen, but not for Tinos.
And touch alone.
Taken quickly. Allerton had just worked herself a yard. Tanaka was alert to it. Aku have a corner. Final 5 minutes of the first real flashpoint towards the high end of the table. Hugh Beak stabbed it. Tanaka, that could have gone anywhere. Just flung a foot at it. Could so very easily have turned it into her own net. Once again, Aku have a corner. They'll reload, do it all over again from the other side. Allerton. Williams! Rifled it. Caught it so sweetly, but smashed it just wide of the post.
Yeah, Williams with that one wayward.
Would have been a wicked way to score another goal. Daly goes long, too long for anybody.
Oh,
In
no.
fact, Rebecca Yee spilled it onto her own post.
Oh,
Nearly a nightmare moment.
Those are mistakes as a keeper you don't live down. If that goes at the back of the net, I should say.
Rebecca Yee got away with one. Allerton. Again, only found Daly for Tinos. Ogawa. Tanaka. Allen. Again, Hidleberg having to go quickly. Ogawa for Tinos. That's a lovely ball to find Sydney Allen, who's face-to-face with Allerton. Tanaka one way, tried to steer it for Ogawa. Tanaka's got an open net now then. They're within 2.
4 minutes to go. It's doable. Goal a minute. Goal a minute is what they say.
They are within 2 of wrestling this game back. They've had to work for an opening. But is that perhaps the goal that opens the door and creates some nerves for the reigning champions? Ubik would certainly like to think not. That's a lovely ball on the switch. Ubik once more, tried to work a yard. Williams just dropped off for it. Here is Sophie Williams. Allerton's touch was heavy, and Fatinos one in. Ogawa lashed it first time. Rebecca Yee makes an important save down low at the expense of a corner. Heidelberg have gone up a gear.
Have to. Otherwise, they might as well just all go home. If they're not prepared to try and step up and win games, there's no point in being here. No point any team being here if you're not trying to win a game.
Rebecca Yee really wrapped that throw into Hubik, who did well. Rolled it back for Allerton. Into Bamford, who wants to turn. Recycles it with Williams. Allerton. Wanted Bamford once again, but it was a fraction behind her. Allen. Tanaka. Oh, that's gorgeous. Sydney Allen is on the march. Couldn't get around Bamford, who forced her wide, and then Allerton cut out the return.
Just reads the game so well.
Could be a crucial intervention. Allen. Tanaka tried the 1-2. Hubik on hand to hook it away.
Allen's complaining about the hands-on, but it's not against the rules. Not against the rules to do it.
Tanaka's side ball. Bagang wanted to belt another for Allen. Once again, it takes 2 Aku touches and finds touch. Bagang this time got a better strike. Rebecca Yee forced into the save, and they are right now Melbourne Aku. We wondered whether the Heidelberg storm would come. There now. You sense in the eye wall.
I think I would have rather the corner there than the side ball.
Bagang again wasn't far away.
It's partly why I would have wanted the corner than the side ball, because Gang's able to, she's pretty pinpoint accurate when she makes those passes and shots. So that corner makes it a little bit easier to set up defensively to stop it.
Ever so nearly threaded it towards the far corner. Bamford with a deft touch. Hubik hammered it first time, but hammered it over. Terrific hold-up play from Bamford. Daly goes direct. It's a great effect. Tanaka with a nice nod. Back for Allen.
Foul.
Goes away from Bamford, who brought her down. Sydney Allen bundled over. Heidelberg have a free kick. Bagang to take. Had Fatinos short. Tanaka in there. Allen just lurking menacingly. Bagang to belt it! What a beauty! That's a super hit! Now then! Now then they're within 1. Thanks to a piece of brilliance from Mariella Bagang. That is a terrific goal. What a wonderful hit. Free kick with whip, with placement, with perfection. And Heidelberg are a goal away, but Bamford's on the march. Daly's off the line and had to dive in.
I did say pinpoint. That was pinpoint. And game on.
Absolute corker of a strike.
Worst part is you knew, like, if you're an Aku fan, you knew it was going in from the moment it left the foot. Can't generally say that in futsal.
Williams into Nagai. Aku's lead now, perhaps not so sturdy as it was mere minutes ago. Nagai can't get around Bagang. Allen was on the march. Daly drilled it low into Fatinos, who lost out to Berg. That might be a crucial intervention. Fatinos' touch invites Bamford, who went first time. He didn't trouble Daly. 2 minutes within one. What on earth have we got next? Daly, Fatinos, Burke. Didn't get the connection she wanted. That's a lovely touch from Allen. Tanaka, not away from Nagai, who's happy to clear.
Spent Tanaka.
Bagang side ball. Allen. Couldn't get away from Williams. He did well to shield it and stop the counter.
Now the question is, they've got a minute and a bit to go. Did they just use all their energy putting the game back on semi-level terms, in terms of the way they're playing, not the scoreline?
Sato!
Are they now completely out in their legs?
That might be the question. That might be the assessment with a minute and 40 to go. Anything that they have left, Tyler, they need to use it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of movement here from the Hidleberg bench. There's not a lot of movement from the Hidleberg players on the court. I think they're out on their feet at the moment. Quick burst of energy from someone off the bench, maybe.
Rebecca long for Nagai. Tanaka on the turn, threaded it into Allen, who was waiting on the runners. Tried to spin away from Williams. Sato came across two. She's got two with her. Sydney Allen did superbly! Blocked on the line and in! Bagang has turned it in! Absolutely remarkable. Mariella Bagang with two of the most important goals you will see and a yellow card. And it will probably be a rolling foul for the handle on the line. And Heidelberg, who were 3 behind, have got themselves level with a minute to go. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
Aku must be thinking to themselves, how did we let this one slip away? They were in the dominant position for majority of this game. Still time. There's still a minute. Like, at the end of the day. We've seen it happen. They can come back. They can score. But right now, there would be some smiles on some Fitzroy faces over on the far side of the court.
At the moment, if we want to look at the other of the already title-chasing trio, it means both drop points. Yes, Heidelberg would stay top of the table, but it takes away the game in hand that both of these teams have on them. Keeps Aku adrift. However, it would put Fitzroy, if they were to win tonight, within a point and with a game in hand. That is how important it can be.
Fortunately, I cannot see Fitzroy not winning tonight.
They are up next, final game against the Ravenhall side, who have had a rude welcome to series futsal, shall we say.
Here we go.
But in fact, Aku could win it. Nagai's on her own and has done it! All of Heidelberg's hard work undone. Saki Nagai shifted through and might have flipped this game back on its head again.
Back and forth. Back and forth. This game...
Peace has not been penned yet.
Oh, no, not at all. Heidelberg now up, tails the wagon.
For Tinos, blocked by Nagai. They wanted handball, appeals waved away. Wanted Allen, who was bundled into by Burke. Bagang kept it rolling.
Great physicality. I was blocked for the view, but it looked like a foul from where I was.
Sydney Allen probably certainly shares your sentiments. Nagai on for Sato. Back with Saki Nagai. Got away from Fatinos, not away from Bagang, and dived in again with a lunge.
Can't do it. It's meant to be a card too, Michael. It's meant to be a card too, Michael.
Hidleberg have half a minute to find yet one more. Or are Aku going to see it out?
It should be yellow. She's already on one, so he won't give it, but she should be on one. And that is the 5th foul for Aku as well. Ooh, not a player I'd leave on right now. She will happily give away a foul.
Another shift in the dynamic.
Where's your Sophie Williams? Where's your Clarissa Alladens on the court right now? The experience of these players. You don't need another goal. You need their experience to hold off the league.
The Gangs ball wasn't able to be turned to Tanaka.
Hidleberg have to stay up here and try and win the ball back up high.
Burke was belting it, heading for the corner. Only found Daly. Perhaps one last look. Daly with depth, too much depth, and Rebecca Yee's hands were sturdy on this occasion. Flung it on to Sato, back for Burke.
Well done.
Did terrifically to evade the press. Williams was away from Allen. Burke, they might hold on, you know. Daly has to go. They got 2 seconds to get one away. Allen can't do so. Despite having been bundled into, the whistle will beat them. And Melbourne Aku, who were ever so close to throwing away a 3-goal lead, found a way in the dying moments to get themselves 3 points and to get themselves within 2 of the top of the tree. It wasn't pretty for the reigning champions, but they found a way. Hidleberg suffered defeat for the first time this season in a dramatic and a truly, truly brilliant game. At full time, it's Hidleberg 5, Melbourne Aku 6.
We're the Champ Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. What's going on with that? Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over. We're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to Futsal and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple of wins and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it. But we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Signing off.
Signing off. James Daniel, starting captain, striker.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Smarra. We're the Chip Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over. We're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
We're signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, strikers.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Smarra. We're the Chip Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over. We're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's It's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, you know, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there.
Had Scarano all on her own, but Sabre in retreat did well. Abdul Latif on for McClure. Richardson, who's got a yard to roam into. Took the stride on. Kitanovsky blocked it. Svetkopoulos with a tidy touch. Lost it out to Sabre. Recycled to Abdul Latif. Sabre once more. Hustled off it by Scarano, who got away from one. Got away beyond two. And then was bundled over. Sabre might be able to go the other way. McClure. Oh, Richardson. Stepped aside of Scarano. And then under pressure, had to clear her lines. Josh Fusco.
Yep.
Fast-paced start to this game.
Absolutely.
And Ravenhall have put Fitzroy under a bit of pressure.
Absolutely. They have 28 reasons to do that after last week. And they're coming in with a fresh start, and I love it. 0-0. Maybe Ravenhall, with some new coaching faces, can turn this around.
Scarano. Away from Abdul Latif. Richardson read it. Scarano's in. Two sisters linking up. Again trying to work an angle. McClure in retreat. Kitanovsky flashed it across the face and wasn't far away.
Yeah, what wasn't?
Tonight, obviously,
Yeah.
a must-win for Fitzroy. Having seen the game beforehand, a thrilling, a topsy-turvy and a real seesaw of a match. The Sabres on the charge. McClure's on the cutback and she's turned it over. Lovely move. Just didn't have the finishing touch to match.
Well, we've seen Fitzroy play against some opponents that some would say are not top of the table and struggle to score goals. We've seen Thornbury with Danny Petreska in net performing some miracles to keep it at 1-1. But at the end of the day, Fitzroy do always find a way. And when you have a quality squad like this, how can you not?
We have an early corner. Richardson's rattle goalwards was saved well by Akamatis. McClure to take. Did so quickly. Richardson rolled in. They've got the opener. A terrifically worked set piece. Richardson peeled away, worked a yard for herself and rolled it in to the net under Akamatis in terrific fashion, and Fitzroy find their first.
And absolutely, it's a well-worked set piece, and they've obviously practiced that at training. Richardson finds herself in the right position, right place, right time, and a great finish past the goalkeeper.
Scarano stepped away from Abdul Latif. Wanted to go at Sabre, went back for Svetkopoulos. Wanted Kitanovsky out the other way, but wasn't quite able to find her.
Nathan, what have you made of tonight's round of futsal magic so far?
Superb. Absolutely superb. There is the only word you can use to describe it. Two incredibly tantalising games, and we might have to come back to it as Sabre with an open net makes it 2. 2 in a minute for Fitzroy, and it is a quick fire 1-2 punch that now sees them take control. Brilliantly worked. Sabre, who had an open net. Akamatis came and made a good save initially off Richardson. She was unfortunate that the ricochet rebounded all the way to Sabre, who could stroll in and truly walk it in for 2-0.
Nathan, you were there for 1-0 take on Ravenhall, and that game obviously ended 28-0. Comparing the two, Fitzroy obviously considered the better side. Where were they at this stage of the game with 17 minutes to go? How many goals were 1-0 up? Any idea? I think it was 2 or 3.
Might have been a similar scoreline. 1-0, scored too quickly. I'm sure Ravenhall would like the focus to be away from last week. Scarano, who was a bright silver lining in that, lost out to Abdul Latif, who's got away from Svetkopoulos. Scarano came to shut the door, and Svetkopoulos at the second attempt did so.
Abdul Latif finds McClure, and they just in no rush to play that. Though the interception from Ravenhall keeps the ball in somehow, and they're back against the pressure of Fitzroy, and there you go, out of bounds.
Again, it was Scarano stealing in. Gave it back to Kitanovsky, who couldn't return. But the two Scaranos, Sarah and Olivia, both lively players, have a sharp turn of pace. Good and tricky footwork. Very agile, very nimble as that hits the bar. Akamatis didn't know a lot about it. McClure reacted quickest. Sabre to steer it in on the first time. A lovely save down low from Akamatis. Now Scarano might be on the break. Went early, but Elizabeth Eyre kept her cool and kept herself steady to save.
It's going to take a greater shot than that to beat Elizabeth Eyre from that distance. She's a fantastic goalkeeper, and good to see her back in between the sticks for Fitzroy after, I believe it was an injury with Beth Mason-Jones. They had a bit of a shared custody of the Fitzroy net. Now, good to have her back.
As from a Fitzroy perspective, I'm sure they'd be happy to have Claudia Frescalzo back as well. Sustained an injury while winning the golden boot on the final day, and here she is, all ready to get her first goal back, sliding in to make it 3. On cue, the skipper adds a third. And Fitzroy are certainly feeling some level of ferocity this evening.
Well, they're the better futsal side, and everyone knows that. No one is going to deny it. It just comes down to the fact, can Ravenhall hold on and keep the scoreline respectable?
Fitzroy are on a fast start. It has to be said, though, this is a much more adventurous approach from Ravenhall going into this game. They seem to be retaining and keeping the ball better than in their first 2 games in particular.
Absolutely, and it's a great thing that you can lose a game and you have the opportunity to learn from your mistakes and improve as a side. And they're looking to be more cautious with their passes and really keep calm. I think that's what's kept the scoreline reasonable with 15 minutes left in the first half.
Svetkopoulos did superbly, rolled away from Richardson in ahead of Frescalzo. Scarano happy to clear her lines. Aya on Frescalzo to another, and once again those two linking up. It's a beautiful move, a great save by Akamatis, cleared off the line superbly by Scarano, who prevents it from being 4. Richardson 1 in. Diana Frescalzo, Claudia takes over. Svetkopoulos makes the block, and now Scarano's on the charge. Svetkopoulos got it again, decided to go early. Elizabeth there made a good save. Drinotsky there to mop up. It's a smashing ball for Frescalzo, who couldn't steer it in. Fitzroy have a corner, but that's a brilliant recovery challenge from Lamari.
Again, Ravenhall forcing Liz Eyre to work in this game very early on. A few shots forced a save, and there's the toe poke from Sarah Richardson to make it 4.
A tidy finish off the corner. Richardson reacted quicker than anybody else and steered it in with certainty. Fitzroy have a 4th. And already you get the feeling are in the mood to make it more.
You'd hope so.
Svetkopoulos.
If you're a Fitzroy fan.
The opportunity, of course, is to move to the top of the table with a win tonight. Goal difference abiding, of course, and Frescalzo is looking to spin away towards another. Akamatis did well to close the angle. And at the moment, they would need to find a further 6 to take them to the top of the tree. So if they hit double digits, they will be top of the league, provided Ravenhall don't pull one back. And they came close last week against 1-0. They had their opportunities to salvage a couple of goals. It just wasn't to be on that occasion.
Nathan, watching these last 2 games, what do you think is the moment of round 4 that really just gets you going?
A moment that I think caused the most excitement. We might have to come back to it. Frescalzo was firing forward and Akamatis did well. But the one moment that perhaps might win goal of the week as well was Mariella Bagang's free kick.
Absolutely. How did she do that?
Belter of a goal.
How did she do that?
A truly brilliant hit.
How did she hit Rebecca Yee off her line like that? I mean, the vision you need. It was fantastic effort from Mariella Bagang.
I would say that's the moment. It was a great goal. Got them back to within a goal. Got them back in a game which they then ended up losing, having got level. So a slightly frustrating one for them.
But it was, it was a valiant loss. It was a loss where you can say to yourself, we versed the two-time champions, one-time undefeated league champions. We come out one goal the different. I think that's a respectable, and I'd be happy if I was Costa Diamantopoulos.
Certainly so, showing the strides being taken by Heidelberg in this season, as they themselves probably fancy a look at the title with the way that they've started. If not, would be eyeing to be on pole position for a top 3 finish. Svetkopoulos. They cleared it away to Elizabeth Eyre, who wanted to fling it quickly for Dranotsky. That's a lovely take and a brilliant ball to Frascalzo. That is wonderful futsal. 5-star Fitzroy futsal to make it their 5th. Superb. From start to finish, Eyre's ball was like a laser. Dranotsky's drive waited wonderfully, and Frascalzo found the net with utter certainty. And last season's Golden Boot winner, making up for lost time, perhaps. Dranotsky, Diana Frascalzo, Claudia's at it again. Around Svetkopoulos, and Diana Frascalzo couldn't turn it in at the far post.
How did that not go in? There was more of the goal there, more of a chance it would go in, just hit the right angle to miss the post completely. It's so unfortunate for Frascalzo.
Might have taken a touch.
What a save.
That's a brilliant save. So we thought from Akamatis, but it's gone over her and in. Misfortune for the Ravenhall keeper. Frascalzo finds a 6th for Fitzroy. And they are within 4 of the top of the tree.
So you're saying 4 more goals and they sit atop. That would be because they have the bye, of course, correct?
Certainly so.
Yeah.
So with a game in hand as well.
And who did Fitzroy play next week? We're coming into round 5, so I think that's going to be a fantastic... At least if the fixtures were done somewhat intelligently, that would be a very good round.
Fitzroy face 1-0 next week as McDougall had her effort blocked by Svetkopoulos.
Right.
And the week after they've got Heidelberg, which is a huge game leading into Aku.
Well, that's the kind of game you want.
Dranotsky's drilled it in. On the slide, it's a brilliant drive. And already, before the halfway point of the first half, it is 7th heaven for Jimmy Soufas and co.
Chloe Dranotsky, that's what she does. A powerful shot, a fierce effort, fantastic. Keeper had no chance.
Fitzroy certainly bearing their teeth. However, Ravenhall have a chance. Svetkopoulos couldn't steer it through any of them. The second time, forced Elizabeth Eyre into an elastic save.
She tried to wiggle that through. And it was a fantastic save from Liz Eyre. And it's a corner from Ravenhall. And perhaps they have a chance to make this that little bit closer at 7-1.
Maybe an opportunity to get their second top-tier goal for the Raptors. Render's ball in. It was only fizzed into one for Frascalzo. Diana finds Claudia. McDougall wasn't on the same wavelength as her. Svetkopoulos couldn't steer it round the corner. Bit of fast start from Fitzroy, and Dranotsky's drilled it in. Frascalzo twisting, turning. Svetkopoulos stayed with her all the way, but they have a corner. Superbly done again by Dranotsky, who's had a bright start.
Absolutely. I think everyone's had a bright start, particularly when the game is 7-0 with 12 minutes left in the first half. It's pretty hard to not have a bright start. And Romy Heasley to take the corner for Fitzroy. And might have Dranotsky in mind after that previous strike that belted through and rippled through the atoms in the air as it struck the back of the net.
Will be Heasley's take. Taken quickly, McDougall wasn't able to manufacture a shot for herself. Dranotsky was the option back, steered it over the corner. Heasley worked a yard. McDougall once more. Tried to shift inside. It was too high for Frascalzo. Dranotsky to drive one again. It's hit the stanchion, hit the top of the upright. It was a delightful drive. Was whipped wickedly and nearly wondrously toward the net. And that time, she's a bit too strong in her challenge, gives away a free kick.
And apologies for my outburst there. I struck my thumb on a chair.
Svetkopoulos wanted to smash it goalward. Elizabeth there, happy to see it over. McDougall. Rowan. Into Friscalzo, who's again spun Svetkopoulos superbly. Tried to shift it, wanted to work it from McDougall. She wins a free kick. Was bundled over rather robustly.
It's going to be 2 fouls now for Ravenhall. And in games like this, you have to think to yourself, will Ravenhall be able to keep the heat down in the kitchen? Particularly when you're losing by so much, sometimes you can get quite aggressive, quite angry. You need to be calm in those situations. You don't want to give away needless fouls. And I think we saw the culmination of that sentiment last week with 1-0. And that ending was quite fiery.
And Claudia Friscalzo, perhaps not a full stretch, just testing that ankle out in trying to reach that ball. Certainly, obviously, a welcome re-addition to this Tigers lineup.
So what, there's never a case when Claudia Friscalzo's in the lineup and your team gets worse. Because she's that good of a player, she walks into any team in the country.
Ravenhall again worked their way out of the press rather well. Heasley then was there to make the challenge. Renda wanted to try and cut it off. Rowan momentarily kept it alive, but ran out of room. We go back to tonight. It's been a super night of futsal, Josh. You mentioned my highlights. I'd like to know what your pick has been.
My pick, wow, that's so difficult because there have been so many moments tonight in round 4 that have been spectacular. But I think I'd have to... Rebecca Davies' performance for Carlton Hart against Northern Phoenix. That was a fantastic game, and you could see the rivalry was erupting.
Those two played out a very close one to kickstart the evening. However, Scarano was in behind us at the post. First real opening for Ravenhall, who weren't far away from finding a goal and blemishing Elizabeth Ayres' clean sheet. McClure, Vonia, Rowan tried the 1-2. Svetkopoulos was alert to it. Scarano was as well. McClure just clipped it round the corner for Rowan once more. This time does find Vonia, who's got Heasley centrally. Lovely 1-2. Glorious futsal. Superb. Wonderful goal. Fitzroy make it 8 in truly emphatic fashion. The movement was smooth, the passing precise, and the finish was ruthless. And they might be on for another. Rowan has belted it in. 2 in a matter of seconds. And now they're 1 away from the top of the table.
Absolutely, and look at that. 9-0 in a matter of moments. 2 goals. And it's just how ferocious the Tigers are. It's their natural tendency to pounce and crush their opponents by any means necessary.
Rowan, McClure, who sorted herself out, got away from the press, stabbed it down the line, and Rowan made it work. Did superbly well to reach it. McClure clipped it into Vonia. That's a smashing ball as well. Heasley spun away from Kitanovsky, who kept on the press. Wasn't able to find McClure's feet once more.
And Ravenhall just looking for that eureka moment right now where they can put that ball in the back of the net, celebrate some sort of a victory in this one.
Rowan and Vonia ran into each other. Allowed Lamari to take over. Once again, she was hustled, and Fitzroy have a corner. Ravenhall just cannot play their way out of the press. Quickly for Heasley, who has smashed it in with some real finesse. Yet another set piece, yet another goal. And that, as it stands, is the top of the table.
And at this stage, Ethan, the Raptors are facing mass extinction.
Vonia, Rowan, tidy 1-2. They want to go again. Akamatis spilled it and then gathered it. Flung it along. Scarano did superbly to chest that down, which only invited Heasley. Vonya waited on her for the return. It was ahead of her and behind McClure. It split the two as they were queuing up.
Fantastic game so far, Ethan. Absolutely thrilling.
Halfway stage of the first half. Fitzroy have hit double digits and have played some simply lovely futsal at times. Vonya, Heasley, Svetkopoulos, one in. Wanted to shift gears, got away from Vonya and did superbly well, then stumbled on it. Heasley, who was retreating, made the challenge. Vonya kept the press on. Kitanovsky couldn't work it away. McClure then picked it up. Scarano, who had scraps to work with, wasn't able to keep it in.
Vonya to take the side ball. Looks for McClure. Plenty of time in at it. And drives through the middle. Past one. Past two goes down. No foul call. Ravenhall have a chance to counter.
Scarano leading the charge. Heasley, who was 1 against 3, did superbly. And McClure, who got back on her feet, nearly reeled that in.
Nathan, what do you think Ravenhall have to do in this game to close the gap?
That's a very difficult question to answer, Josh. For a side who are 10 down within 10 minutes, the focus perhaps just taking care of the ball a lot more when they have it. Fitzroy will press high. However, once that's been evaded, allow yourselves to play and make sure you keep the legs fresh. Scarano, one tried to find the other, only found the arms of air. Rolled it on for McClure, who's occupied well. Vonya had room, tried to stab it for Rowan. Svetkopoulos cut it out. Scarano tried to stab it. Heasley, that's another tidy read. And she's on the charge on her own. Scarano in retreat, made a good challenge. Got away from her. Got away from Vonya, who had a poke at it. And Akamatis concedes a corner.
Great save from the goalkeeper. Good reflexes to parry the ball out of danger.
Vonya's take. McClure tried to turn it in on the left. And Svetkopoulos in the way to make the block.
Nathan, you're looking at these games that have played so far. Who would be in your round 4 women's Series Futsal Team of the Week?
Ever a difficult question. I think you look at goalkeepers, that's a brilliant save from Akamatis. You look at goalkeepers, Emma Olsen had a magnificent evening.
Absolutely.
In the game just gone, Rebecca Yee made numerous fabulous saves, as did Paige Daly. And you can't forget Board, who was in goal for Carlton Hart either, also played an important part in them winning. As Vonya looked to turn it goalwards, Akamatis pushed it away. I have to say at the moment though, Emma Olsen is the one who stood out this evening.
I think I concur. Who would be a fixer?
This one's slightly harder.
It is. It is.
A lot of elite operators in that area. Cobbie Wilbert starred. Rebecca Davis dropped in there momentarily. And certainly dazzled.
Well, who do you think was the better of the two in the first game? Not to just continually throw questions back and forth, but I think it was neck and neck between the two in that first game of who was actually player of the match. Kobe was fantastic and a spark plug for Carlton Hart, but Rebecca Davies also fantastic goal effort and a real energy.
Can't forget Chris Malloy either, from Northern Phoenix, who was absolutely stellar in her efforts. Unfortunate not to be considered in a losing side.
Well, I think you have to do something spectacular to really be named player of the match in a losing. You have to be like someone like Jonathan Supina.
Vonya had her effort cut out. Svetkopoulos.
That level of impact.
Might have to come back to that in a moment. She hammers it away. I would go for Rebecca Davis. If you want to pick, I'd go for Rebecca Davis.
Okay, we're at 2 for 2 right now. I think from that last match, I mean, you have to, surely a Hidleberg player gets in. They played very well.
It was superb. The Sabres on the charge. Svetkopoulos made the block. But again, you have to see what unfolds here too. Already a few players have staked their claim. It's unbelievably harsh on Aku if somebody misses out. Sophie Williams had a superb game.
Sophie Williams was fantastic. Player of the match worthy.
Sato also did well, perhaps. Certainly could be. Would be in the discussion, I would say. Thought Sydney Allen was lively. Mariella Bagang changed the game when she came on. The Sabre charges forward, on for Frescalzo. Once again, Ravenhall get bodies behind it to make the block. Taken quickly, Sabre, Richardson, lovely read, brilliant ball. They'll walk it in once more. That's another terrifically worked goal. Just the shift in gears when they get the opportunity. Another wonderful finish, and Fitzroy are running riot.
At this point, it's endgame. If you've ever played chess, just a few pieces left on the board as Fitzroy have taken almost everything out of Ravenhall. Fantastic save, though.
Brilliant from Akamatis, not once but twice, and she wins a free kick. Very good goalkeeping from the Ravenhall shot stopper.
Excellent, and it takes a courage to continually come out there and try and stop the ball when the scoreline is blowing out like this. It's fantastic, and I love the effort and appreciate it.
Svetkopoulos back for Scarano, who again tried to steer it forward but wasn't able to. Fitzroy reload, Richardson, Frescalzo. Into Sabre's feet on for Abdul Latif. Lovely return for Sabre, whose touch was a fraction heavy, and allowed Svetkopoulos to come and shut the door.
What's your favourite type of fraction, Ethan?
Richardson was wriggled away from. Engelzakis tried to fizz that across but wasn't able to. Ran out of room before the cutback could come to fruition. Lamari was lurking. Richardson's on the charge the other way. Stabbed it for Sabre. Rolled it back for Frescalzo. Took a touch and took the sting out of it. Otherwise it was headed for the bottom corner. Svetkopoulos, Scarano. Back with Svetkopoulos once more, who's pressed by Richardson and by Sabre. Got away from one, got away from the other. Scarano tried to shift it through. Richardson picked it up, gave it on for Frescalzo, who again had two around her. Tried to roll her way through and only found the palms of Akamatis, who was quick to go. For Engelzakis, who lost out to Abdul Latif, who's now on the charge of her own the other way. Abdul Latif for Frescalzo, it was just too hot to handle. Richardson kept it alive, went with loft to the back stick. And perhaps too much loft for anyone to get a final flick.
Too hot to handle. What a fantastic film. Have you seen that film, Ethan? No.
Oh, I have.
Have you?
Good watch, too hot to handle. Abdul Latif speared it into Svetkopoulos. Fitzroy have another corner.
Cultured man, Ethan. Cultured man.
Richardson. Frescalzo. Stabbed it across Sabre. It nearly broke for her fortuitously. And on the slide, it wasn't able to steer it in.
If you could think of a movie title for each of the three games that have happened tonight, Ethan, what would you give them? Because that first one was a fantastic battle.
It was a cinematic masterpiece as well. Richardson, as Svetkopoulos has stayed down, she's not in a good way.
Ooh.
And once again, we're hoping it isn't anything serious, as with any and all of the injuries tonight. Ankles are always a nasty one. A roll or a sprain, it creates a lot of discomfort. Especially for Scarano, who has been a bright spark in this Ravenhall side.
And it seems that she'll soldier on.
Thankfully.
Thankfully.
She's all right. Slight shrug. You wouldn't want to turn it around.
No. Absolutely not.
Especially if it's a roll. Always creates some sort of aftermath of pain. Here's Abdul Latif for Frescalzo. Tidy 1-2. Abdul Latif tried to loft it for Sabre. That's a lovely read from Lamari, who lost that to Richardson, whose challenge in retreat was a good one. In fact, did well enough to win it. Abdul Latif, Richardson. Lovely shift away from Engelzakis. Frescalzo, brilliant return. Richardson, who couldn't get it out of her feet. Frescalzo could first time, and fires in a 12th. Once again, they flood forward and are unable to be halted in any way. Svetkopoulos. If Scarano wants to chase down the line, Richardson mops up. Abdul Latif on the charge. Brilliant save by Akamatis. Another Fitzroy side ball in the first half that they have dominated. It's a great effect. Richardson's take back for Elizabeth there. He's no stranger to a lovely long-range launch. That one was blocked by Scarano. Richardson for Scalzo. Spun away, Sabre. Got goal side of Lamari and then gave it a poke under Akamatis, who recovered well. Svetkopoulos with height. Richardson happy to see it out. Final 5 minutes of the first half. One where Fitzroy have truly been at their ferocious best. Lamari not away from Frascalzo, who's just been reinstated, and forces Akamatis into a good parry over the top for a corner. Frascalzo to take. Quick 1-2 with Richardson. Then tried to shift the yard inside. Richardson once more. Pressed by Kitanovsky, got it out to Abdul Latif. Frascalzo through the legs of Svetkopoulos, who was then able to mop it up at the second attempt. Couldn't steer it to Lamari. Frascalzo, Abdul Latif, touched in with class. On the slide, falling away, Abdul Latif finds the net. Fitzroy, who are headed for the top of the table at the end of tonight, looking to go 3 wins from 3, and this certainly in perhaps the most imperious fashion yet, as air went long, too long for Frascalzo.
Svetkopoulos to take in the side ball. The count going on. Launches it into the centre. Frascalzo tries to come away with it and finds Dranotsky. And it's magnetised to the foot of Frascalzo. Trips a little bit. Keeper. Ball for Ravenhall.
Akamatis did well to judge that. Flung it long for Kitanovsky. Richardson, Dranotsky. Diana Frascalzo has Claudia lurking in the middle.
Yeah,
Tried the flick. Oh, that's fabulous. Inventive, intuitive, and rather brilliant. To add yet another. The deftest of flicks. Found its way into the corner. Fitzroy make it 14 before half time. In ferocious fashion and aren't done yet. Dranotsky tried to turn it for McDougall. Sting taken out of it by Svetkopoulos. Akamatis wanted Scarano. Frascalzo watched it out.
Is there a way back now for Ravenhall, Ethan?
I think you'd be hard pressed to find one, unfortunately. Frascalzo and McDougall once again was unable to turn it in. You would be hard pressed to find one. It would take a miracle. It'd be one of the greatest comebacks you would ever see. Lamari lost out to Dranotsky. Richardson will make it work. And in fact, let it trickle out. Taken quickly, again wanted for Frascalzo. Svetkopoulos, who's been determined in her defensive duty, was there to watch it, as was McDougall, all the way back to Akamatis' counterpart, and that's a beauty of a ball from air. Richardson on for Frascalzo, it's another. It is 15 for Fitzroy, and Claudia Frascalzo is making up for lost time in the Golden Boot race.
And can you give me the digit that she's on in this game, Ethan? How many does Claudia Frascalzo have? Because she has scored so many.
Futsal Roo has a handful, and has been a handful all night. Air flinging long for Frascalzo again. who once more wants to spin and drive at Svetkopoulos and has got around her. McDougall central. She wanted the cut back. Split her and Heasley. And in fact, Scarano, who came off having taken a challenge, is getting de-kitted, which is not a good sign for Ravenhall. Someone who's been a silver lining so far to their season. Without boots, without socks, without shin pads on. After that injury to her ankle, which is not a good sign.
Ooh.
And we certainly hope she's okay.
Ooh.
Frascalzo on another foray forward. Runs out of room this time.
And looking at this scoreline, 2.5 minutes left, Ethan, 15-0. Do you think this game could blow out to 40?
I don't think it's easy to predict a game or its outcome like that. We still have a half to play. Certainly no telling.
But in this stage, if the game continues on like this,
in this stage, it does look rather ugly for Ravenhall. 2 weeks in a row, which is something you don't necessarily want to say, but sometimes you have to notice the reality of the situation. Of course, we're supposed to be impartial, however, 15-0 is a hammering. And I think the objective in the second half will be to limit the damage somewhat.
Well, you can still call the game how it is and be impartial.
Certainly. Frascalzo's on the charge. Heasley couldn't drive it under Scarano. It'll be a Fitzroy side ball. That is true, you can be impartial and call the game as it is. 15-0 has been a dominant display.
It's honestly your duty to call the game how it is. They have a right to be told the truth.
Svetkopoulos nearly lost out to Frascalzo. And it's good to see that Josh Fusco is on board with freedom of speech as well.
Absolutely, this is an essential part of our democracy in Australia.
All the way back for it. And he's flung it on for Heasley. Tried to stab it again for McDougall, who's had a couple of opportunities to arrive at that back post. But the ball's either been a fraction in front or a fraction behind.
And do you prefer a fraction in front or a fraction behind, Ethan?
Lamari trying to turn her way out of trouble. Again, wanted to find Kitanovsky, but wasn't quite able to.
On this Ravenhall side, who do you think has been the most influential player for you?
Scarano, Akamatis or Svetkopoulos. I think those are the three when you look at their side.
Yeah. They provide something special that you can look at and bring positive attributes from.
Certainly.
Yeah.
There's certainly, it's a spine to build on as well, which is the main thing, and I think is what they might have been looking for coming into the top flight this season, to have a spine of players who can give you something different. Svetkopoulos gives you stability. Akamatis is a very good shot stopper. And Scarano gives you a bit of X factor. Even if she hasn't been able to showcase it as often as perhaps she would have liked, she's someone who's got energy and trick.
And look, at the end of the day, we've had plenty of teams come into the league and this be the result. I mean, I remember when Northern Phoenix used to be just a 27-0 team that you'd walk through if you're any team in the league, and they've slowly developed into something special. 1-0 was the same. There was a time when Fitzroy could barely string players together, and they had about 5 every night, and everything has grown, and that's part of the journey. Do you know what I mean? So if Ravenhall's starting here, you can only go up, I hope.
That's the beauty of Series Futsal in Victoria as well. A league which has really bloomed over its time into a terrific competition, and certainly this one as well. 6 sides this season who well and truly could go toe-to-toe with one another. Ravenhall learning the ropes. And albeit you have to be on the end of a few harsh lessons in that. But it will get easier, which is the main thing. Svetkopoulos wanted to go down the line for Kitanovsky. Dying embers of the first half. Elizabeth Eyre on for McDougall. Will Fitzroy take one more with them? McDougall had to check back. Trinotsky.
Oh, yeah.
Frascalzo. Heasley, the clock will beat them, but it's been a dominant display. And Fitzroy are halfway to history at half-time. A terrific, terrific display from the Tigers so far, who, as it stands, move to the top of the table It's Fitzroy 15, Ravenhall 0.
Day by day, we'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Signing off.
Signing off, James Daniels, starting captain, strikers.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Mara. We're the Chair Punters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to Futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
We return from half-time for the final time tonight. Fitzroy have been in ferocious fashion and have truly dominated the first half. They lead Ravenhall 15-0 in the closing show, and for the Tigers at the moment, the top of the table beckons. It's been a performance of some ferocity, one where they have just overwhelmed the newly promoted side, and they're looking to continue in the same vein. Abdul Latif into Rowan. It's a good save from Akamatis, and Svetkopoulos on hand to smash it away.
And Ethan, they have really elevated their game, Fitzroy, after the opening minutes, and they've become so clinical and fantastic. And look at that, it's 16 as Rowan turns around and just knocks the ball into the back of the net. It was a fantastic strike from the target of Fitzroy.
Inside the first minute of the second half, Rowan on the spin, rolled it in ever so coolly. And they've added another I don't want to mention it 2 weeks running, Josh. However,
Yes.
the
Talk to me.
the history that was on the line last week might just be starting to come into the background of this game's narrative.
And when you talk of streak, what type of streak are you talking about?
I'm talking about the biggest win in series futsal history. They're 14 away. There's Abdul Latif. Tries to shift away from Lamari, who did well. Vonya, that's a lovely ball. Abdul Latif to stab it. Akamatis saved and spilled it and did well, but didn't do well enough to prevent a corner. Fitzroy looking for two within the space of a minute to start the second half. Rowan's take. Abdul Latif spun away. That's a beauty of a finish. Brilliantly improvised by Layla Abdul Latif. A terrific turn in to add another, just peeled away at the near post. And with the outside of her right foot, rolled it into the corner in very, very skillful circumstance.
It's turning into that sort of a game where now it's just stretching out to implausible fashion. And 17-0, I wouldn't expect that when I started doing big court futsal. Could never imagine that a game could blow out to that level, but it has. And now Ravenhall have a duty to try and reduce that margin. It may be by 1, it may be by 2, but they need to reduce it.
Abdul Latif lost out to Svetkopoulos, who's on the charge. I'd render up with her. Svetkopoulos wanted to go on her own. McClure just closed the door and allowed Air to come and claim it. Elizabeth Air, not too happy with the slipperiness of the surface. It seems that since spring has come around, the court might have defrosted on what has been yet another mild night in Melbourne's north. Not the first one, last night was quite mild too. It's been a sensational start to spring. And Vonya forces a good save out of Akamatis. Svetkopoulos there to clean it up. Kitanovsky got it away from Abdul Latif, only just, and Render's in all on her own. Rowan's there to close the door. Render strike. It's a good save by Air down low.
It's a fabulous strike from Render. The way she just pummeled that ball through with force and ferocity, and the way it travelled, it was a fantastic effort from Lizier to get to that at the back post.
Rowan lost out. Lamari, quick 1-2 with Render. Just as Ravenhall were looking to go forward again, they ran out of room.
And I have to say, on a more positive note, how nice are those Ravenhall kits? Very nice kits.
They're very vibrant, aren't they?
I love it. You know, have you ever seen, because you're English, right? Do they have nerds in England? Do you know nerds, those lollies? The ones that are purple and pink?
Yes, Joshua, I know what nerds are.
Look, you might not know what I'm talking about. Let me get a photo up. I just want to make sure you understand.
Oh my word. Richardson got it back from Rowan. Tried to roll it for Vonya. Svetkopoulos
See, this one's right here.
was nearly pressed too highly. Kitanovsky, we'll get to that in just a moment. Svetkopoulos lost out to Richardson. That's a glorious spin away from two of them. And Richardson went to rattle it. Akamatis made the save. Richardson's second look. Rowan left it. McClure, who was crashing in, forces another super stop. They still can't quite get it away. Richardson went the chip. And that one is a much calmer claim for Akamatis. Vonya with a good challenge. Kitanovsky tried to clip it round the corner. McClure recycled it. On for Rowan, who's got options streaming forward. Vonya was one, McClure was the other. Vonya rolled it, McClure couldn't finish. Richardson on the follow-in, rolls it wide. I'm well aware of what those are.
Have you ever tried Vegemite, Ethan?
I have.
Now, what are your thoughts on Vegemite?
I prefer Marmite. Let's leave it at that.
This game's kind of turning into, you know, you want to taste Vegemite, and it's bitter, and it's just 17-0. Kind of tastes like Vegemite without butter.
Frescalzo. Fabulous footwork, kept it alive. Ravenhall appeals, so that went out of play, fell on deaf ears. Certainly looked close. May well have just stayed in.
And it might have been on the microscopic level that ball didn't cross the line. I mean, it must have been just by the atom.
Ever so close in a game of, and in a season of, what we expect to be fine margins in millimetres.
Oh,
Richardson with a lovely spin And a devastating strike that Svetkopoulos got in the way of.
And a fantastic block from Svetkopoulos, puts herself in the way and like a wall absorbs the impact and knocks it down.
Foscalzo back for Elizabeth there, who's gone on an adventure and had a go. And was not far away from finding the top corner.
Almost would have had our pick for goal of the week. With a fantastic strike that would have sailed away effortlessly into the top right.
Foscalzo's picked it up. Again, Svetkopoulos in the way. She's had a super night, all things considered. And is now on the charge forward. Has a strike deflected and wasn't far away. Ravenhall have a corner.
And if any viewer is watching this game right now, please let us know any questions that you have. Talk to us. We love to communicate with the viewers of Serious Futsal. Bring it back to the good old days.
The futsal community.
The community of futsal.
Render's corner, straight into Foscalzo, who she then lunged in on. The keeper's ball. Perhaps again, just a little bit of frustration starting to boil over for Ravenhall. Foscalzo, one sister to another. And Claudia's on the drive, around Svetkopoulos. Akamatis came and made the save. It's still alive, and it's cleared off the line.
I'll tell you what, this game, if it had started at half-time, wouldn't be that bad.
Lamari nearly turned into her own net and then turned it out at the same time, in the nick of time. Fitzroy have another corner. Sabre to take, Richardson left it, and all of a sudden the net was open momentarily. Scarano had it played behind her. And that's where the attack just petered out for Ravenhall. It was a touch behind her from Engelsakis. She wasn't able to get behind it and really give Elizabeth Eyre something to do. Richardson spun away from Scarano, switched it for Sabre, took it down tidily, tried to move it on for Foscalzo. Svetkopoulos did well. Sabre couldn't get away from Engelsakis, who made a good challenge. Richardson, Sabre, they're on the charge again. Foscalzo had options arriving, stabbed it across, and Akamatis got her angles right.
Ethan, do you think that Raven will have an opportunity to get one in this game? Do you think that they will crack it and stop this from being a 17-0 and maybe get one in and just... Oh, that's a push. She's gone down.
Foscalzo bundled over. Appeal for a penalty, and Scarano's hit the post at the other end. Richardson's cleared it. Jimmy Soufas certainly incensed at the fact no, there wasn't a penalty for Foscalzo being bundled over.
And if I was Fitzroy, I'd be very upset. It's a close game, and they really need to get everything they can.
Svetkopoulos smashed it high and over. The opportunities might be there.
Oh, at the end of the day, I guess the Golden Boot race comes close in the end of the year.
Richardson, lovely touch from Sabre. Foscalzo, who's on the march for another. Sabre will turn it in. And having tried and tried, they have found a way through once more. Foscalzo with fizz across the face. Sabre just had to be on hand to turn in at the end of it.
Fantastic from Foscalzo.
Svetkopoulos again went down the line. They just cannot play their way out of Fitzroy's high press. Richardson in for Foscalzo. Back with Richardson. That's a smashing ball as well. Foscalzo wasn't able to steer it beyond Svetkopoulos, who inadvertently collected her. Certainly no malice in it. No. Mere coming together.
Side ball. Svetkopoulos to take. Launches it long. Launches it directly to Liz Eyre, who just picks it up softly, and a yeet across the court to Richardson.
So he's got a yard and it's hit the post. Foscalzo was arriving, was flooding forward to try and turn it in, but wasn't quite able to.
Could have been is that maybe a seventh that it could have been if she was in the right place at the right time? Ethan signaling to me he's got no idea.
Svetkopoulos searching long. Sabre cut it out. Lamari did well. Scarano tried to twist and turn away from Foscalzo. wasn't quite able to do so. Svekopoulos again off the sideball, hits the railing. Not for the first time tonight.
And still undefeated heavyweight champion of the world. That railing in the top of the court.
Frescalzo tried to fizz it across for Sabre. Svekopoulos made the first intervention. Frescalzo spinning superbly, and Sabre this time turns it in. On hand once more with a back stick run. Was just able to drift across, get goal side, and got in ahead and divert Frescalzo's drive into the net. Fitzroy hit number 19 for the evening. We've got just under a quarter of an hour to go.
I'll tell you what, I didn't want to say this, but I think I will. They might just do it. They might just beat the record.
Sabre, Richardson, cut out by Scarano. Svekopoulos nearly
That's
lost
wonderful.
out to Frescalzo. Did superbly to get that back to Akamatis, who flung it for Scarano. And nearly, ever so nearly, gave away an opportunity for Angelzakis, who was hot on the press. Sabre speared it for Frescalzo. That's a smashing ball. Svekopoulos on the block, Sabre on the rebound. Frescalzo around Akamatis and in. Another to the tally. Claudia Frescalzo has been queuing up to start this second half. 2 sets of 10 for Fitzroy, who have certainly been at their ferocious, merciless best. It's been ruthless in front of goal. And they may not be done yet. Frescalzo wants another. Akamatis on the save. Sabre on the following. That's a brilliant double save. Superb stop. Quickly on to Lamari, who's given it away to Frescalzo, who had Sabre up with her. Drew Svekopoulos. Sabre, again Akamatis in the way. It's another fine stop from the keeper.
She's had to make a lot of stops tonight, and you have to feel for her. She's done fantastic.
Sabres take Frescalzo across. Svekopoulos in the way. They'll reload and do it all over again. Frescalzo, Scarano took a slip. Svekopoulos gave it to her now that she's back on her feet. And all of a sudden it's 3-on-1. They poured forward. Lamari had 2. Angelzakis was the other option. Scarano, when trying to switch it, in fact for Kitanovsky, had to go a fraction wide.
When assessing such a player like Claudia Frescalzo for Fitzroy, what impact do you think she'll have coming up into the more important games of the season, such as Aku, such as Heidelberg now?
We've seen that impact time and again. She's been crucial when the big moments have arrived. So has she, and has often been a big turning point for Fitzroy in those matches, especially when they haven't quite hit their stride in cagier games, which are coming up thick and fast as the season rolls on without halt. Very quickly approaching the halfway stage.
What game are you looking forward to?
Many a game. There are many a game.
So you haven't got one game that you're saying to yourself, hey, this is the one I'm waiting for? Come on. Not a Fitzroy Aku, round 7.
A lot of them pose their own different challenge. Heidelberg Fitzroy will be a fantastic game. Heidelberg could be interesting next week. Fitzroy against Aku, of course.
Well, what makes that game so interesting, Fitzroy and Aku, is the fact that Fitzroy is such a good team, right? They're a fantastic team. But they haven't crossed the hump. That is Aku. They haven't crossed that river yet. And if they're really going to push for the title this season, they need to do that.
And they've added another. Talking about title pushes, they're heading for the top of the tree. Richardson rolls in at the end of more fabulous Frescalzo work. Fitzroy are on the march. They are showing no signs of slowing up tonight. And I hate to say it, Josh, they're within 9.
Within 9
They are within 9
of the record.
10 of being out on their own.
So that's 1 goal less than 1 goal a minute. Phew.
Precisely.
Wow, precisely.
Ravenhall have a corner. Flipped in. Elizabeth there. Claimed that incredibly coolly. Gave it on to Heasley, who lost out to Scarano. Might as well have a go first time.
So do we confirm that 28 is the biggest win in SFE women's recent history?
That was a 33 seasons ago.
3 seasons.
So they had to scramble to make the save.
So 30 is the record.
30's the record. That's right.
The big 3-0.
Big 3-0. Frescalzo on the slide. Was a touch heavy on Lamari. Claudia Frescalzo perhaps. Again, just tugging at that ankle. Scarano's broken away. Elizabeth there ever so quickly off her line to make sure that it didn't come to any more than that. That's a fabulous turn from Frescalzo, who gave it on to Heasley, off the post and in. Another terrific take on the turn. The line's broken by Elizabeth there with a really brilliant ball. Played with fizz. Frescalzo's turn was lovely, and the finish from Heasley was confident and certain.
Svetkopoulos out wide, and Ravenhall want to start off this possession with a bit of rapid fire. They might sneak the needle through. Not quite.
Real opportunity to get a goal back. McClure with the tidy touch on for Dranotsky, who went the dink. And Fitzroy will have a corner as a result.
Well, you know how dangerous Fitzroy are from these set pieces. 22 goals will tell you that. Here they go. They might look for Dranotsky. Heasley an option too. That one goes nowhere.
Dranotsky somehow found a way to get it again, and Akamatis made a good tip over the top for a corner.
It's a fantastic save with the pace of Dranotsky's shot to just lift your hands at the right time and the right place. Fantastic.
Brilliant reflex. Dranotsky, McClure. Lost out. Lamari happy to see it out of play. We approach the final half of the second half. Fitzroy certainly in commanding position, headed for the top of the table. And perhaps, dare we speculate, headed for the history books. McClure, via a deflection. That's a terrific stop. That is a wonderful save from Akamatis. The readjustment on that was absolutely sublime.
Absolutely. It takes something special just to nick the ball like that and just to alter the direction ever so slightly.
What a save. Absolutely brilliant goalkeeping from someone who has had a fair share of work since Ravenhall's promotion. Has certainly shone in doing so. Elizabeth there might have a go from range and has crashed the upright. Dranotsky's following off the underside of the bar.
Goodness.
McClure turned it in to be sure. And it's a rather brutally battered in effort. Two brilliant hits, both denied by the woodwork. And McClure was on hand just to make sure that another was at it. Again, terrific Tiger futsal.
Fantastic strike. Brilliant. And it's one of those futsal goals that you look at and you say, wow, how did she do that? How did she hit that ball so beautifully? And the curve and the drop and the dip on the crossbar, it's just candy futsal.
Certainly in the mood. Within 7 now. Within 8 of being out on their own. Lob long. Heasley cut it out well. Tried to find McDougall. Dranotsky threaded it through. That's a delightful ball. McDougall not around Akamatis, who did equally as well. Scarano with a loose touch. McClure, McDougall, they'll walk it in again. It's another well-worked goal. That first save by Akamatis was superb. Just to deny the initial effort, but the follow-in was so quickly come upon that there was nothing the Ravenhall shot stopper could do, and McClure's on the charge once again. Tried to find it for Dranotsky, but that was a touch too heavy.
Ethan, my question to you is, when you're up 24-0, at what point do you stop celebrating as a team? What's the point? You just go. It's back to business. Let's go back to the drawing board.
I could not possibly answer that question.
Pleading the fifth.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I think because you understand tougher games will be coming up, and you understand that you won't always get nights like this, I think a small part of that means you savour them a touch more when they do arrive. 1-0 would have done last week, Heidelberg a fortnight ago. Mainly because you go through a gruelling season. And it really can be that at times, as Trenotsky's in again. McDougall's got an open net, under Akamatis, and in once more. She gets herself involved and on the score sheet.
Well, 5 away from equalising a record that many thought was impossible to reach.
That's not impossible. Maybe unlikely, you would say. But to go back to what you asked beforehand,
Yeah.
I think when it comes to nights like this, you understand that they come across rarely. So perhaps you don't celebrate with as much guile as you would have done, out of respect for your opponent as well. Because everybody's been there. Everybody's played in heavy defeats. You've played in them, I've played in them.
I've never lost.
I somehow struggle to believe that. But that's what I mean. When you play in such a dominant fashion, you often keep your delight closed off while you're there, but at the end of it, you do savour a night where you played with such freedom and scored with such certainty. And on the flip side of that, when you're involved on the other end, you understand that it won't always be like this. And not every night, and not every game is going to pan out the way that the one before it did. That's a lovely touch from Renda. In for Scarano. Tried to slide it down the line. Trenotsky had Abdul Latif there to mop up. And then wriggled their way around one. Abdul Latif on the march. Speared it for Fruscalzo, who tried a lofty return. Akamatis did well to read it. Renda wanted to turn it around the corner. Rowan, Abdul Latif, round Akamatis, and Rowan turns it in. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
That's a great goal. That's one you definitely celebrate. Fantastic. Dribbles the keeper, puts it in the back of the net, and Fitzroy, enthusiastic as ever, at 26.
Abdul Latif with outstanding footwork. And the ball across, Rowan was gleefully there to round home. Svetkopoulos lost out to Fruscalzo, who had a slide. Akamatis bravely got herself in the way and then gave it away to Rowan, who went aloft for Fruscalzo, but they weren't able to turn it in.
What are your thoughts on Fitzroy's new kits?
I think they're very clean.
Which one do you prefer, the yellow one or the white one?
The yellow number.
Really?
The
Yeah,
yellow.
I like, I've had a few people come up to me and they said, I don't like Fitzroy's new kits. I really like the yellow one, to be honest. I don't know, some people have said to me, nah, they're not nice, like, they're too basic. For this one, honestly, I actually disagree. I think Fitzroy's yellow kit is pretty nice. It's like a futuristic, but come back to the basic sort of thing, and I really dig that.
I agree. It's a future piece of nostalgia, isn't it?
And I also quite like this one. It is simple. It is a simple kit. Like, it is a basic, simple kit, but I'm someone who understands that, or at least appreciates simple. I think simple on anything to do with design and the design of these kits, it works.
We've discussed tonight, of course, where futsal meets fashion on the Ravenhall approach. It's a very vibrant kit.
In all of futsal, Ethan, favourite kits. I want to know, come on, let us know. Ethan Riggs' favourite kits in any futsal team. Men's, women's, go on.
I'll get back to you in a second. Fruscalzo spin it across. Oh, that is unfortunate. That is most unlucky. It turned into their own net. You have to feel just a little bit of sympathy, at least on that. That's
unlucky.
So unfortunate.
Wrong place, wrong time. Great finish, but wrong net.
An unfortunate final touch for Ravenhall. It's Fitzroy's 27th of the night.
I'm not letting you get away with this question here. Ethan, I want to know your favourite kit that you've seen.
All of them. Rowan's on the march.
No. Come on, no one's believing you. There are some good kits and there are other kits. Let's be real here. And I'm the first one to say that. And I can actually say that with confidence.
Abdul Latif trying to wriggle away.
What are your thoughts on Moreland's new kit? The blue one.
The 2 shades?
Yeah.
I think it's quite nice.
I like it too. I think when you look at, I saw some concepts and I wasn't thrilled with them. And then you actually see the outcome of the kit and you're like, yeah, this is really nice. They've done something. They've actually cooked. I think Moreland, some of the best kits in all of futsal. Particularly, you know that purple-black kit? I think that's one of the best kits in all of just sport that I've seen. It's one of the best. It's kind of like a Miami Vice type. It's great. No, real. Come on, Ethan. You have to have one kit. I'm not letting you get away with it. You're going to answer it. You're going to tell me one. No one's going to get upset that you like a kit.
All right. So much for my professionalism on the stream tonight. Give you it in a moment. Frescalzo's on the march, mainly because I have to think about it. She tried to stab it. Was bundled over. This time does win a free kick. Those challenges were a fraction more forceful than the ones which came before. Fitzroy have an opportunity to equal 1-0's effort last week. And Claudia Frescalzo, who has just come back from an ankle injury, is moving a touch gingerly. However, is still one of 3 consultants over who will take this free kick. Elizabeth Eyre won. Sarah Richardson also an interested party. Seven minutes to go on Sunday evening. Frescalzo looks like she's going to take this one. It'll be Frescalzo, Abdul Latif. On the return, it's off the bar.
So unfortunate from Frescalzo, who's usually so clinical. That one just shades. Fractions, as your favourite word. Fractions high.
Millimetres away.
Centimetres away.
As it bounces off the bar.
Micrometers.
Any other unit of measurement, perhaps. Scarano was not far away from clawing one back and from giving Ravenhall a consolation and something to smile about. They've come close tonight on many an occasion. Once again, just haven't had the clinical finish to get themselves a goal or two. Sabre trying to stab her way through. Frescalzo, Abdul Latif. Good save, Akamatis.
What are your thoughts on the imperial system of measurement? Don't answer that one.
Abdul Latif's corner. Richardson tried to roll around. Svetkopoulos did well to cut it out, and all of a sudden it's 2 on none. Elizabeth Eyre, the last one, and made a very good save. Frescalzo as well was in retreat, sprinting backwards. Ravenhall have a corner. Taken quickly with loft, but too much loft for Scarano.
And what an absolutely fantastic chance for Ravenhall to actually get one on the board. It was fantastic, and it needed to be played across, and it wasn't. It was directly shot at Liz Eyre. And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Frescalzo on the switch for Heasley, who's had a very tidy evening. Perhaps the curse of the commentator just then. Lamari did well. Svetkopoulos hustled off it by Frescalzo. Spun away centrally. Wanted Heasley again, who lost out. Svetkopoulos, Kitanovsky's giveaway. Heasley, Frescalzo. Tried to go on the charge, and now they can go the other way. Richardson, the only one back. Scarano again, the intended target, and Eyre is going on a charge. Has 2 up with her. Heasley was the recipient. Eyre was again on the edge. And in fact, Akamatis had an open goal. Flung it for Scarano, who lost that to Sabre. Heasley did well. Sabre once more. Richardson. Heasley. Tried to whip it for Frescalzo. She'll get another go. Back for Eyre. Heasley. Richardson. Again, Lamari with a good challenge. Richardson kept it alive, however. Couldn't get away from Svetkopoulos. Elizabeth Eyre will chase it down. Switched it for Heasley once more. Richardson. who had Frescalzo on her own, got it back from Svetkopoulos. Richardson, and Frescalzo got a poke and turned it in. Got the most telling touch. A pure reflex poacher's finish from Claudia Frescalzo.
That's what she's good at. Getting the ball into the back of the net. And she does it well there with a great tap.
Svetkopoulos steered it over. Lamari off the shoulder. And Heasley was under pressure and had lost out. Richardson cut it away from Scarano. And tried to go the long way round. Kitanovsky got the final touch.
So what's your favourite kit? Not letting you get away with it. The people want to know. I've had about a couple messages, mainly from my own account, but people want to know.
Sabre unable to spin out of trouble. Scalzo to start again from the side ball. Richardson rolled it. Oh, and it wasn't far away from the far post. Heasley was lurking too. There are a lot of really nice kits in this league. Josh, when futsal meets fashion, it's something fantastic.
Absolutely. I think we need more out there kits, you know, something that's a bit, it's going to shake it up, you know.
I wish I could find one somewhere. I'd love to purchase one.
What kit would you buy?
No idea. Just
You can purchase them on the Aku store.
Might have to have a look. Richardson. Back for Elizabeth there. Richardson once more. Into Sabre. Lovely futsal. Finds Frescalzo. Two options with her. Around Svetkopoulos. Spinning, twisting, turning. Heasley unmarked. Akamatis with a lovely save. Sabre kept it alive. Svetkopoulos made sure that Frescalzo wasn't able to steal in. Just thinking back to that possibility of them being available. I'm going to give my best Steve McManaman. Of course, we'll have a look. Elizabeth there from range. Wasn't far away.
Now, talking futsal, talking Ethan Rigg, what's your favourite moment since you've been here at Serious Futsal? And because this is the Women's League, I want to hear your favourite women's moment.
That is such a hard call.
It's a very tough one, yeah.
There have been so many incredible moments since I've come here. He talked about the night where Aku won the league last season, where Western United beat them to deny them an invincible season.
Yeah, it's not bad.
A load of brilliant moments. The 4-4 draw between Hart and Heidelberg, where Heidelberg were all but done in that game and came back to get level.
Not bad, yeah.
Another cracking contest. And in fact, Fitzroy might add another. Sabre in to steal in, and they're within 2 now.
There they go. Beautifully done.
With 3 minutes to find them. Fitzroy are leaving nothing to chance and are truly stealing away at the top of the table.
Well, I think they were top of the table 10 goals ago.
Certainly.
Now they're still there, but it's 29.
Richardson, McDougall. Couldn't get around Svetkopoulos. Again, tried it with fizz for Frescalzo. Lamari got a good foot in. Svetkopoulos not away from Drenotsky. McDougall rolled it back for Frescalzo, who got it through to Drenotsky with drive off the post. Oh, what a save!
Wow, that's brought a bit of life into this one. What a sensational save.
What a brilliant save from Akamatis. McDougall perhaps a touch pedestrian. Thought she had an open net, but that's a terrific stop. To deny Fitzroy a chance of equaling history as well.
Well, Pat 30 in the great Hume side of 3 seasons ago that lost 30-0. Probably not the great Hume side, the Hume side that lost 30-0. Who was that the opponent, actually? Can you tell me the opponent? It wasn't Hume. Sorry, it wasn't Hume.
I can find you the game, however.
If you can find me the game, who was it? Do you remember who? Was it Northern Phoenix?
As Fitzroy draw level with that effort, Frescalzo turns in. And that is 3 sets of 10. And a tie for the record.
Well, do you know who was the game again? Was it 1-0? Was it? No, it was Noble Park. Apologies to Hume. That's a mistake. Noble Park before they abruptly remove themselves from the league.
That is the one, and that is the one that Fitzroy have drawn level with.
Oh!
And a 1 goal away from bettering. Elizabeth there, in for Friscalzo, who wants to spin. McClure might get it, you know. Took a deflection wide.
2 minutes 40, Ethan. 1 goal. History in the making.
Friscalzo to take it, cleared. McDougall rattled into Scarano, who had an open net momentarily. Decided to take the shot on. McClure got the block in. Dranotsky in retreat did well. McDougall, McClure, Friscalzo spinning. That's a wonderful save. Once again from Akamatis. McClure couldn't get away from Svetkopoulos. Again tries to spin out of trouble. Renda only cleared it into Friscalzo, but that will do.
I just wonder which player on this court is going to make history. Who will be the individual to place the dagger deep into the hearts of Ravenhall?
Could it be Friscalzo? Around Akamatis, speared it back from McClure, who couldn't quite apply the finishing touch. Layla Abdul Latif re-enters. 2 minutes to go. Fitzroy on the verge of being out on their own. In terms of the most emphatic performances that this league has seen.
I don't think you know. Have you ever seen, have they shown you that game of, I think it was a youth game like 6 years ago where Fitzroy won 45-0?
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, there's footage of it too. I think they should ban that footage, but it exists. I think they win 45-0 in 2 20-minute halves of no stop clock. Yeah, it's real. It's real. The great Isho Haskell was on that side. So shout out Isho. History maker. And now futsal coach.
Yes, good evening, Isho, if you're watching. Akamatis, long for Scarano. He's hustled by McClure. Clipping at the heels. Svetkopoulos, pressed by Friscalzo. Fizzed it once again away to air. Who looked to fire it long. Dranotsky's all on her own and has got room to have a look. Friscalzo. Not around Svetkopoulos, but does win a corner.
Minute 28. And maybe, just maybe, Ravenhall may hold on.
Akamatis, short for Renda. He tried to fizz it for Scarano, but with too much, again, too heavy, and she wasn't able to get on the end of it. Elizabeth there. Into Friscalzo, who's got Abdul Latif. Would it be the new signing? The drill it low. Akamatis makes the save. And another very good one. Svetkopoulos. Nearly a tidy takedown. Abdul Latif. Scarano didn't catch it cleanly. Elizabeth there from range. Svetkopoulos chest down, invited Friscalzo, who rolled it on for McClure, who got away from Renda. It'll be the keeper's ball once more.
And it might just be one final push, one final blitzkrieg from Fitzroy's attack that is needed to actually cross the 31 mark.
Or to Ravenhall get one back of their own. Scarano wasn't far away from steering it towards goal. Once again, Elizabeth there, just happy to watch it go wide. Flung it on for Dranotsky, who had the runners up with her. Didn't decide to go with any of them. And once again concedes play. Akamatis wants to go long. Again for Scarano. Abdul Latif won it. Friscalzo touched it on. They might be heading our way. Oh, in fact, Scarano lost out to Friscalzo, who did fantastically. Dranotsky is wide.
Well, they're coming close, but not close enough.
Renda nearly gave it away to Abdul Latif. Scarano certainly had a grapple of her.
Abdul Latif just smiles and laughs and then trots off after that encounter.
Elizabeth there. Dying embers. Fitzroy, one away. McClure. Abdul Latif tried to stab it for Friscalzo. Renda did well. Scarano with a lovely turn.
Oh, here we
and
go.
a burst.
Okay.
Air was on her own. She had 2 options, but the ball was too heavy.
8 seconds, Ethan. It surely cannot be done. It cannot be done. It cannot be done. It cannot be done. No, it can't.
Elizabeth Air to go long. Frescalzo wanting to spin. Abdul Latif, it can!
It's done.
It can! A place in series futsal history for Fitzroy. Absolutely remarkable. With 3 seconds to go,
There it is. Look
they
at that.
have penned their place in the history books.
And this will be a game that they'll look back on time and time again to remind themselves of their great historic achievement. It's fantastic.
Where's Mick McCarthy when you need him? Render goes long. And that'll be that. Fitzroy make their place in series futsal history. The biggest win this competition has ever seen in the women's sphere. Full time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 31, Ravenhall 0.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Signing off.
Signing off. James Daniel starting captain, striker.
And send hate to Alex Becker.